Almost 2 million views, 27,000 subscribers. Wow. Okay, let's do this. Actually, just before we go, let me see. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Hopefully any echo. Let's try it again. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. We are going to look at this very famous, controversial painting by Marcel Duchamp from 1912 called Nude Descending a Staircase Number 2, or Nude Descendant un Escalier Numéro 2. This is one of the most important pieces of art, of modern art, because of the explosion that it caused in New York when it was first exhibited as part of the Armory Show in 1913. We'll talk about the Armory Show in today's episode. Today we're going to be really mostly looking at the first part of Duchamp's career, and which is where he was mostly painting, starting to do a little bit of sculpture. And then I want to do another episode where we focus on some of the ready-mades and the sculptures, the large glass, all those other kinds of things going forward. But super fascinating individual, and also the relationship that he had to the artist that we looked at last week, Elsa Freytag-Loringhoven, and whether or not he stole her work or not, right, which is one of the major controversies. I just wanted to quickly mention here, I see Kathy's question right off the bat is, how do you keep your palette so clean? I keep my palette so clean because, well, one of the things, I just let it soak and I scrub it, but if there's anything left on here, I spray this latex remover on. I spray it on my table at the end of every episode to clean off all the paint. It works like a charm. I wear gloves, though, to do it, because it's probably not good to get on all over your skin, right? It's if it can remove paint that's been on a table for years, it could do some damage to other things as well. Okay, so here's the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image on the canvas. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color. Then we're going to talk about Duchamp's biography. Underpainting, probably not. And then your guess is as good as mine as to what is in the background and what is in the foreground in today's episode. I don't know how we'll break that down. We'll get there, cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. And then we're going to, I'm anticipating probably about 5 hours before we can get to our final touches and side-by-side comparison. There's a lot of detail in this picture. I wouldn't say it's a particularly complicated picture to paint. It's just going to be a little bit time-consuming. And we'll see if there's any ways I can do a little shortcut here and there as we go through. I'm actually surprised that there's so many people watching today's episode because of, you know, this type of work may not be right up most people's alley, so that's good to know. That we've inspired some people maybe to look at art that they're maybe less comfortable or familiar with. That makes me really, really excited. So, of course, especially if you're new to the channel, I would love it if you were to like the episode. You can always like it now and press it again if you're unhappy later. You can subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. I was just looking at the stats. There were 20,000 people who viewed my videos over the past week. and 300 people became subscribers. So, you know, if even half of those people just click the subscribe button, my life would change overnight. So do me a favor and subscribe to the channel so you can get updates, and hit the notification bell so you know when the bonus episodes take place, which is probably how I'm going to do the part 2 to Duchamp's biography. Also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 through PayPal or the Super Chat function if you catch me live, or you can send an old-fashioned check in the mail through by getting my address, or an e-transfer with my email. You can contact me through email by going to the Facebook group, which is down below, or my website. Those links are linked below. So let's get right on it. Here's our Facebook group. Once a day, or for each episode, I do a little bit of a blurb about each artwork here, and a little bit of a biography, so you can already learn a little bit about who each artist is. And as I said, once a month I go through everything that's on the Facebook and give people free advice on how to improve their art. So I encourage you to take advantage of that, because after all, I think most people are trying to get better at making art, right? So one way is to get some advice from a professional artist. Right? So part number 1 here is, let's get an image onto the canvas. Now, you could sketch this thing out. It is pretty complex. There's lots of lines going in every single direction. But one of the things is, if we look at here's the original, I did do a tracing and outline using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. So you could download this and trace all these lines on here. Now, I don't know if you need to do all of these lines, so I think what we'll do together here is figure out what are the most important lines and what are some that we can kind of do later on as we paint this picture. Now, where do you find this outline? Well, there's a link to a Dropbox folder in the description. When you click on that link, you'll go to the top. You'll see that here's our basic resources to get started with painting, including like painting the color wheel and value scales. The next, I don't know, 100 episodes are more basic paintings by artists from all over the world that I think, you know, a beginner could be able to tackle. Some of them may be a little bit more complex than others, but fairly straightforward. The next 100, 200 episodes here are more complex paintings that are maybe for a more intermediate artist, so that shouldn't stop anybody from trying them. So our folder is number 137. We click in here, you'll see 6 files. Those are 3 for today's episode, where you can download the template for what we're going to do today. And then if you want to get a head start on the other one, The Fountain by Marcel Duchamp, Claude Monet. Yeah, The Fountain by Duchamp, which we'll be doing soon. I mean, maybe even later tonight. I don't know. We'll see how long it takes to do this one. So you can download that, and then we're going to transfer it onto a canvas. So maybe even before we do that transfer, let's just talk about what kind of material I'm about to use. I'm about to use a 9x12 sized canvas panel, or canvas board, same sort of thing, which is a piece of canvas stretched over a piece of cardboard or wood, and then gessoed. Gesso is like a clear acrylic paint that has generally like maybe a little bit of white, titanium white, and plaster powder mixed into it. And what it does is it helps create a smoother surface. It kind of basically transforms this into like a cast. You know, if you broke your leg or arm, you put it into a cast. That's kind of what we have here. So it gives it some extra strength and helps prevent the painting from expanding and contracting too much. There might be still a little bit of that happening. So they usually come pre-gessoed in plastic. I take it out of the plastic and I sand it down, and then I put another coat of my own white acrylic gesso on the surface, let it dry overnight, sand it again, and that way I get a really nice smooth surface to paint on. And I love painting on smooth surfaces, and if you're going to paint something with this level of detail on it, then a smoother surface is your best friend. We've done some paintings that have a lot of texture, right? like this here, right? This is what I use for my paint at the I put all my extra paint on this thing here. This is an artwork by Jay DeFeo. She was a great New York-based artist in the 50s, part of kind of the Beat Poets. But, you know, here there's no point in sanding that down and making a smooth surface because it's going to get so thick and textured that, in fact, even that texture might be a good idea to help hold on to all that paint that's stuck on that surface so it doesn't just peel right off. Okay, so I taped my outline, which I printed off on my inkjet printer here at home. Nothing special. You can use your printer at work or at a local print shop. And I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. So, or this is actually technically graphite transfer paper. Same thing, or well, different thing, but do the same thing. Okay, so, and you can see one side is darker, right? That's the side that's got the carbon or graphite on it. And the other side, which is gray, doesn't have anything on there, right? Okay, so let's put that there. And then I think what I'll do is I'll do a little split screen. So we can just look at the original and then see if we can deduce where the main focus of our lines should be. So we don't spend 2 hours here tracing all these little lines, which is probably how long it took me to do this original version, right? So this is here if you wanted to just color it in with pencil crayons or something. So let's see. So to me it looks like we've got here a shape, and this is much darker over here. So I'm expecting with today's painting to be relatively divergent from the original. Because there's just so much detail in here that if I was to try to do like a perfect reproduction of it, I mean, that would just take me weeks and weeks. Like I could spend, you know, 4 hours just doing that little square here. So I mean, I imagine that when he was sketching this out, he's just sort of almost like quickly delineating shapes and lines, and then as he's painting them, he's choosing which shapes to fill in. So it's almost like a big giant doodle that he created here. And then he's deciding to color some lines or some shapes in darker and lighter. You can see I'm kind of like doing every, you know, maybe second line. It's trying to do as few lines as possible, because otherwise I'm just going to get totally overwhelmed with detail here. And like all these little dotted lines, that's totally unnecessary for this stage. This text, I'll keep that in mind for later. I'll probably put it in because it is kind of important part of this painting. But there's no point in tracing it out now. You can see, like, as I'm tracing, I'm sort of bouncing around a little bit so that I don't get just, like, focused on one little part. I just kind of keep moving around, and that way, if I need to peel it off a little bit sooner, I'm like, okay, that's good enough. I feel like I've kind of gone through over the majority of it enough that it will be okay. Also remember that the original version of this painting is much larger. It's, I'd say, probably about like maybe 3 feet tall. I should have put that on the image there on the left, but I've been trying to do that for all of the more recent videos, but apparently I forgot to do it for this one. But we'll take a look at that momentarily, or when we talk about Duchamp's work, because I have the link to the original painting in the collection of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. That famous museum that probably most well known by some people as the museum that Rocky Balboa runs up and down in the original movie Rocky, starring Sylvester Stallone. And there was a sculpture of Sylvester Stallone at the top of the steps that was taken down because some people thought it was outrageous that there was a sculpture of Sylvester Stallone in front of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, but so many people loved it, I'm pretty sure they put it back. Boy, oh boy, does that look like a big mess of lines. Anything else I feel like, any big areas that are missing? Okay, good enough. And you can see that I was going fast. I wasn't using a ruler. I was thinking about using a ruler, but I thought, you know, if I use a ruler, I'm going to get really sucked into detail here. And that's going to really slow me down, which is sometimes a good idea. But, you know, because this canvas is like 4 or 5 times the original size of this, there's going to be some detail that's going to be omitted anyway, so I'm not going to get hung up on that kind of stuff. Okay, wow, look at all of the comments here. Let me try it. I'm going to do a few more steps, and then we'll take a look at all those comments there. Let's go to our next one. Now what I want to do is I want to stain this picture with a little bit of color. And this is a step that artists have used for, you know, well, pretty much was popularized during the Renaissance, which was applying some sort of foundational color. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. I didn't want to blow out everyone's earbuds. So artists have been using an Imprimatura, a stain, which is what it is, the priming layer, to start paintings pretty much since the advent of easel painting, or painting on canvases, which occurs around the Renaissance. Now you don't have to do this, and then maybe let's just take a quick little look at Duchamp's painting to see. He would have learned how to do this. He did do it, certainly. I was looking at some of his earliest paintings, and he absolutely did do this. And I can't tell here if he did do that, but I think it would probably serve us well. So I'm going to do it. I was gonna just do my normal, and then I'm looking, oh, there's some greens in here, but you know what? I still think I'm gonna progress as I normally do. Okay, so before I start doing that, let's just talk about the paints that I'm about to use. Typically, what we want to do is we want to use what we are going to use is what's called a split primary palette, and that means we've taken the so-called 3 primary colors and split them into warm and cool, because every color has a temperature. And I know this can be a very confusing concept for people who've never heard it before, but it is a really essential concept in the history of painting, because it's one of the primary techniques that artists use to create depth, the illusion of space within a painting. And managing cool and warm colors is very effective doing that, especially if you're an abstract painter, because you can get what people might call the push-pull effect, where a cooler color will appear to recede and a warm color advances. So one way you can think about it is just using foreground colors or background colors. Foreground being warm, cool being background. Okay, so we're going to use these 6 tubes of paint plus white, and we can mix our own black. So we're probably going to mix black. I mean, I have a tube of black paint that I've had for 3 years, and it's barely been used, because I think it's remarkable that we can mix black using this recipe. Warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow in equal amounts cancel each other out to make black. Anyway, we'll cover that when we get there. And this is the brand of paint that I use. I'm not sponsored, I'm not paid by, I'm not given any free supplies, no all-inclusive vacations to Mexico or any kind of wild things. I buy this paint regular price, just like you, and I recommend it for beginner painters particularly. And, you know, I mean, hey, I'm using this to paint my graphic novel right now. Is there a difference between cheaper paint and more expensive paint? Sure, absolutely. So you've got here this Amsterdam paint, and I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep, and these are exactly the colors I'm going to use. A tube of paint by Amsterdam, this costs about $15, maybe $17, $19, depending on where you're buying it from. Look around. Prices on art supplies vary wildly, right? Sometimes you can find something for less than half the price in, you know, just down the street, and then the same place you pay twice as much for their paintbrushes. So do a little bit of shopping when you're buying art supplies. So this tube of paint, yeah, $15, $20, depending on where you're buying it from. Here's a tube of golden paint, which you see on the screen right now, and this costs about $30. So you can see it's twice as much and less than half the paint in a tube here. But this is much higher quality, but the vast majority of people, especially people watching right now, are not going to notice the difference. And I always encourage people to use less expensive materials when you get started, because that way, if you don't like what you've created, it's like, well, I guess that was a bummer, but yeah, it was like, what, $2 worth of paint in there, no big deal. Versus like, oh, I just spent $20 of paint on this painting and it didn't turn out, ugh, right? That can feel worse, right? So, you know, use less expensive supplies while you're learning to keep the stakes low. Right, so Liquitex, this is also, they do also have a student grade and a professional grade of paint. Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, for Michael's Art Supply, Buzz, Holbein, Dialer Rowney, Fevacryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, Museum Color though, and Peebo, not the biggest fan of them, because most paints, including even Amsterdam paint, mix a little bit of titanium white into the paint in order to, as a little bit of a filler. But both of these brands add way too much, and it makes it impossible to mix the black as we do. And I know this because I've used both of these Peebo and Museum Color in my in-person classes, and I've seen myself the results. So they work. They work perfectly well if you're planning on painting a lot of grays, right, or less saturated colors. But if you're trying to replicate the results we have here, you're not going to be. It's just going to drive you absolutely bonkers. But you know, if that's all you can access, that's good. I mean, if you can make something work with these paints, then your life would be very, very easy once you got, you know, access to something that was a little bit better. Okay, so. Oh yeah, I'm just trying to think of what I'm about to do here. I'm like, a little brain fart. Okay, so let's take some of this paint, and so this is literally from these Amsterdam tubes of paint. Like a tube of paint like this, I can no longer squeeze the paint out of. So sometimes people just, I'll toss it in the garbage. What I do, I cut it open, and I take a little spatula and scoop out that paint. And this is probably about 2 tubes of paint worth of, and that's, you know, that's enough to keep me busy for maybe another 10 episodes, right? And, or more, really. So, you know, I've got a few of these, like my warm blue, you could see that's probably like 10 tubes of paint worth of paint in that one jar, right? That I would have just tossed in the trash. So, while I'm at this here, I'm just going to get the paint on my palette. One of the things I love about wearing painting clothes is it's a great like towel that you can use to wipe excess paint off really quickly without having to worry about anything. But just remind yourself that you are wearing those clothes when you're done and you go home, up to your home, and you sit on your nice white not silk couch, what kind of couch would it be? Leather couch. And and then you stand up and you realize, oh, I made a colorful little picture with my trousers on the furniture. Because while acrylic paint dries quite quickly, if it's in some clumps, it will find a way to remain wet and get all over everything. Less of a problem with acrylic paint than it is with oil paint, which can stay wet for months, especially if it's, you know, thick and goopy. Okay, I see a couple comments in there. I'll get to that right after we do this here. Now here's, there is some blue on there. I'm just gonna make sure that's wiped off because white contaminates much easier. Water. I knew there was something. Every episode, I stand here for a couple seconds before we go live, and I look around. I'm like, I know there's something missing. What is it? And then I'm not. I must be just in my head. And inevitably, as soon as the show starts, like, ah. Okay, so just forgive me a moment here. I'm just gonna grab my water. Take a little allergy pill so you don't have to listen to me sniffle for the next 5 hours. Okay, so I'll move that out of the way. So here's my water, and my Imprimatura, my warm yellow. Now, typically artists traditionally would use a warm brown, like a brick red, brick brown color, an earthy tone. Probably, I mean, my best guess is that it's intended to mimic the look of wood, because prior to painting on canvases, artists mostly used either painted on walls or painted on wood panels. And wood panels were great, but one thing artists learned is that, you know, if you took that painting and maybe it was, you hung it in a house next to the seaside, well, it might be very humid and it might start to warp because the water in the air might cause the wood to expand. And so they realized it was not the most stable surface to be painting on. So they figured, well, why not, what if we stretch canvas over top of a wooden frame, and while the frame itself might warp, the canvas won't warp too much, and if the frame warps a bit or a bit too much, we can always just take the screws or nails or staples out and put it on a new frame that isn't warped. So I think that's one reason. I think that's probably maybe the first reason. And then secondly, brown is probably the most common color in the visible spectrum. So it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of brown in the things that people paint pictures of, whether it's landscapes or people. So that's like, okay, well, that makes sense too. We'll put that brown in there. That might save us some time, because if we use a little bit of brown, maybe we don't have to actually paint that brown in certain places. And then the other thing is that color would act as a middle value, right? Just as a quick review, value is how we measure the difference between light and dark in a painting. Value can also be how much a painting costs, but in art, the value means, you know, or like, for instance, this is what we call a value scale, right? So we have kind of a saturated color, and then we go to this here, a tone, which is when we mix gray into a color. Here's shade when we mix black into a color, and white when we mix white, or a tint is when we mix white into a color. So these different values is how artists can achieve all sorts of subtlety. So this is what happens when I mix white into orange, gray into orange, and black into orange. White into red, white into magenta, red, magenta, red, like warm red and cool red, right? So essentially, like your warm brown or any kind of brown, often, well, we can have lighter browns and darker browns, but kind of a brown can be kind of a little bit in between white and black. That's one way to think about it. So that middle value then allows an artist to darken certain things and lighten certain things. So you're starting in the middle and expanding outward from there. Now, you also just notice I just wiped that brush off on this towel that I have next to the table. Just an old bath towel that I was going to throw out. You know, it was kind of getting a little bit rangy at the end, mangy. And rather than toss it out, it's like, oh, you know, I can use that in my painting studio. I'm going to throw it away anyway. Why not, you know, use it to suck up all my paint so that all that paint doesn't go in my water jug, which then means I have to clean this 10 times. And then that goes into the down the sink, which goes out into the ocean, gets into the fish, who then I eat the fish with my sushi, and then I am, in a roundabout way, eating my own paint. I don't want to eat any paint, right? So it's, yeah, there's every reason to do that little extra step, right? And no reason not to. Okay, so before I move on, I think what I want to do is apply another layer of paint here. So what I'm doing, I'm just looking at the original. And I think what I want to do is paint a value, like a kind of like a middle value. I've got this yellow here, which I love. Probably the most asked question that I get from people is, well, if Leonardo da Vinci used a brown, and I get the idea of using an Imprimatura, that's not really a brown. So why? I don't really understand. Well, I think one thing you want to think about is you can use any color of Imprimatura you want. It could be brown. It could, in the last 2 episodes I did last week, I did one with cool red and cool blue, right? So, and there is a difference, but it's very, very subtle. Here, I really just like, you know, that golden color you see when the sun is about to set. And so I love that look, and I kind of want that very subtle glowing quality to happen in my paintings. I've done paintings where I've done this warm yellow as well as the traditional brown. There is a difference, but it is so minimal. And so this also for me is just, we'll just get the painting started. Now I'm going to apply this kind of a middle value, or maybe even a little bit of a lighter value. Maybe something like a creamy brown color. Maybe not this bright white, but something a little bit more muted, kind of in between the dark and light. So the question would be, well, then why didn't we just go to that step? Well, part of it is routine. Part of it is I like just getting that color on the canvas. Boom, done. Okay, now the painting is officially begun. Because you know, it takes a little bit of time to warm up and go from life into making art, right? You're busy running errands, getting kids ready for school and all that kind of stuff, making lunches and dinners. For me, it's just like, okay, it's like I'm taking all of those layers off and trying to focus. And this is a good way for me just to do something that doesn't require a lot of brain power. I can just start with this color, boom, that's done. Now what? Now that my brain is sort of in a more art mode, I can start painting. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with just progressing right to the next step. I just, I think I'm just gonna, this was pretty thick paint here. This is maybe a little bit of a darker, or more saturated warm yellow than I typically use, so I think that's gonna be fine going right back onto the palette there. In its place, I'm going to take some white. I'm going to take a little bit of red, warm red, and warm blue. I'm going to mix these fellows all up together. Let's go much darker. Probably shouldn't have put so much white in there right off the bat. See, that color is very warm and very vibrant. So I think I could use this color, but you could see it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the colors we have here. There might be a little bit of it in certain places, but I think maybe what I want is a bit more of a cooler or more muted brown. So what I'm going to do, I'm basically going to add a black basically in here. So I've got some warm red. I'm going to put some cool blue and cool yellow in here. Now you see that just sort of killed that really bright chocolatey, milk chocolatey color, and now we're getting a more muted color back in here. Let's do that again. All right, starting to kind of get a little bit more grayish almost. So I think that's good. Before I move on though, I'm going to put a little bit of matte medium into this paint. So matte medium is just clear paint that has no pigment in it. So that's going to thin this paint out a little bit. Because there's yellow in behind here, it's probably going to make the yellow appear more prominently in this color than it certainly would if I didn't put this in there. And ideally also allow me to see most of my lines coming through this. Okay. So I'm scrubbing a little bit of that because I noticed where it kind of was building up, and I'm trying to spread that around to various degrees of effectiveness. This is darker than I expected for sure. My hope is as I blow dry this shortly here, that will change. So going in all these different directions like this also helps to get that paint to get into all the texture of the canvas. I remember I once worked for an artist who taught me that. He actually taught me it as a method of gessoing, but I think it also works certainly for applying an Imprimatura or a background layer, or really applying any paint in any way. Right, that kind of thing can help ensure that it's equally covered. Same sort of thing like if you're putting icing on a cake, for instance, too. It really helps make sure that you've got an even coat, and you don't just have some places where there's like air bubbles or gaps in between. just before I move on. I'm just going to take this paint. I don't know if I'll use it again, but I want to give myself that option. So I'm just going to scoop this extra paint into a little pile here, which will dramatically slow the paint from drying, or at least inside there. So if I do want to use it, well, there's still going to be ample paint left inside that little bubble there. And just little areas where I didn't quite paint it in completely. Do a little touch up. There we go. So I can still see my lines. They're very muted for sure. But I think when I blow dry it, we should see a bit more of that reappear. But now, there might be places where I don't even need to put any other paint. I can just be like, well, I painted it there. I can just keep that part of the Imprimatura exposed, right? So I'm just going to blow dry this. Okay, I think that's good. I just want to, there's so many comments here. Let me just try to read through some of these here. Kathy says, hello everyone, this looks like it's a real challenge for me. Look, there's Kathy and John and Janet and Nikki and Lolly. And let me just scroll here, see who else has joined us. Paloma's there. Did I say Janet already? Rick's there as well. Wow, look at all these. Okay, let me just kind of quickly go back and see if anybody has a question for me. Lolly's not painting. I have a cold, so I'm not feeling well. Just curled up and dying a little bit. Okay. Well, hopefully you're not that close. This is such a cool looking painting though, Lolly says. I love it. Plum says, do I need gesso if my canvas is pre-primed? So good question. So generally if you buy a canvas at an art supply store or a dollar store or anywhere else, it usually comes pre-gessoed or pre-primed. That's what they might call it, as a pre-primed canvas. Or a primed canvas, primed with gesso. And so you don't need to add extra gesso to it if you don't want to. In fact, you don't even necessarily even need to use gesso, although it's very advisable. I've painted on paintings without gesso before, and what sometimes happens is that the paint might cause the gesso and paint will cause the canvas to kind of shrink a little bit. So that what ended up happening is there would be kind of like wrinkles around the edges where there wasn't paint applied to it. So putting that gesso on will just ensure that the painting is tight throughout. What's kind of neat is if you take gesso and you apply it onto a canvas, because it tightens, the whole canvas turns into like a drum. Like you can really bang on it and you can hear like dong 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 dong. It is that's very satisfying. One of the best reasons to gesso a canvas. Now you're gessoing a board, you don't quite get that same pleasurable experience. So do you need to add an extra layer of gesso? You don't. I do, because I want that smoother surface to paint on. Oh, and Lolly's answering, just said exactly what I said. I appreciate that. That's good. Janet says, this is my first live painting tutorial. Awesome, Janet. Rick says, I intend to paint this, but it's already dark here and the light is poor, so I'm watching and listening. I'll get to this soon. Janet said, I've never painted with acrylic. I just used watercolor pencils. Rick says, yes, it's great to paint with lots of room for improv. Totally, yes. This is a painting that almost demands that you take a little bit of creative license, because otherwise it's going to drive you crazy trying to reproduce it exactly. Sarah says, hi Michael, when I do my Imprimatura, the graphite lines smudge and dissolve from the yellow paint water mixture. I'm using graphite paper to transfer my image. What am I doing wrong? That's a great question. So that there's a few reasons that might happen. One is it could just be the type of graphite paper that you might be using. It might not be kind of fully adhering. It might be just more of like a very powdery quality. It could be the canvas that you're painting on. Maybe you're not pressing very hard, and therefore the graphite is just sort of very delicately sitting on the surface, right? Like basically the graphite transfer paper is sort of like, it's kind of like, I don't know the best analogy, like sandpaper, in that it's like sand glued onto a paper. This is like graphite powder that's glued onto a piece of paper, and when you draw on one side, that powder comes off the paper and transfers onto the other surface. So if you're not pushing that hard, it might just sit on the surface rather than sort of dig in or into the texture. Another thing that could happen, maybe you're adding too much water to your Imprimatura, and if it's very watery, then you'd be kind of like scrubbing around on the surface. Another thing that could be happening is if you're really going over and over and over and over your Imprimatura, and you're essentially scrubbing the graphite off, right? Rather than just, because when I'm doing it, I'm just sort of painting quickly. I try to get it done as quick as possible, not because I'm trying to show off or anything, but because for that very reason, that the longer that I'm going back over and over and over, the more likely it is that I'm going to start removing anything that's on there. And that's sort of like just a good rule when it comes to, let's say you make a mistake with your painting and you want to wipe it off the cloth. If you just sort of kind of gently wipe that paint away, you'll be able to get the paint off. But if you keep on scrubbing, you're going to not only remove the top layer of paint, but start going down through the layers. It's sort of like using an eraser. I've seen some people use erasers, and when I use eraser, I'm just sort of gently erasing. But I see some people erase, and they just, like, their expectation is to get, remove any site, and then the paper starts to tear up and turn into kind of these little balls, and then you just erase right through the paper, and you make a hole, right? So you just have to be delicate about doing those kinds of things, that you're not going to overdo it. You want to do it as quickly as possible, and then leave it. Otherwise, you're going to maybe create more problems, kind of as you said there. So those would be my suggestions. I think if you're really having a terrible time, you could probably use like a spray fixative. I think I took it all to school the other day. Spray fixative. Maybe I'll just show you. So here we have a few different brands of workable fixative. So this is what an artist, if you're drawing with charcoal and you do a big messy drawing and every time you touch it, it smudges and you want to do more stuff on top, but you don't want that previous layer to like, you want to paint over top of your graphite or your charcoal, you could spray this on it. It will kind of lock that graphite down in place, and then you could draw or paint over it. So that would also be an alternative. I've never done that with painting. I've done it with drawing many times. So I would probably do a little bit of investigation just to make sure that acrylic paint will adhere well to this surface. Like, the last thing you want is like you spray that down and then you paint and then you start noticing a year later that your acrylic is sort of peeling off the surface of your canvas, because the acrylic doesn't want to stick to the workable fixative. That could be just crazy paranoid conspiracy talk there, but all painting is like a chemical process, and I'm certainly no chemist, so different chemicals react differently to other chemicals. Another option, the cheapest option, would be to use hairspray, and you could spray hairspray over top of your canvas after you've done your image transfer, and that would also help to lock down the particles of graphite onto the surface of your canvas so that it doesn't smudge. Now, obviously, when you introduce something like hairspray into your painting, then all bets are off as to like how that's going to react to the paint. So it might be fine. It might also cause the paint to yellow, or who knows what it could. You could create some sort of interdimensional wormhole, or your painter could come alive and terrorize the universe. I have no idea, but it was there's always those potentials in there. Let's just see any other comments. Nikki says, I would like to know where I can buy a palette similar to yours. I have looked online, because I probably bought this 20 years ago. To be honest, I think, yeah, I probably have had this for at least 20 years. I think I got this when I was in college. And I bought this when I was in Los Angeles. So, I mean, I've had it around for a long time. I don't know, and I've tried to look it up when I was, putting these episodes together, because in the description below you'll see links to different products that I use, but I wasn't able to find this exact one. So I've been for a while working with some of the designers at the university I teach at to see if we could kind of produce something like this using the 3D printers, but that's currently the 3D printers we have on campus aren't quite this size, so that's, anyway, that's in the future, but for now I don't know. I mean, you could use, I've seen, every artist paints differently. I've seen some artists use cups and bowls and little plates, using like little pieces of like, tea sets, like maybe the cups, but also like the little plates that tea, you have your tea cup and tea dish. What is that thing called? So I've seen people use that. I've seen lots of artists have like little, like much smaller cups than this. I've seen artists using like Dixie cups and little plastic cups, you see at like the water cooler kind of thing. Every artist has got some kind of system that they've created for themselves. When I teach in person, one of the things that we do in person is we use wax paper. We just put wax paper onto the table, and you can squeeze paint on that, and it makes a very easy cleanup, because at the end of the day you can just throw it out, and you're not throwing out, like, because I have in the past used styrofoam plates, which are better than paper plates, because the paper plates will, when they get wet, you can kind of rub paint right through it. Same thing with the wax paper. If you're really aggressive at mixing paint, you might make holes in the wax paper as well. Whose birthday is it? I thought I saw someone's. Ooh, Pascaline has a sore back with a trapped nerve. Oh, ouch. Pascaline, is your birthday, Pascaline? So many comments here. Oh, yeah, 50 today. Congratulations, Pascaline. That is awesome. Well done. Oh, I think I'm... Okay, where else? Lolly's using the one eye open trick. I know it well. Michael is my art teacher and I'm awake, and my ASM artist when I'm half asleep. ASMR stands for... What does ASMR stand for? But basically there's lots of videos on YouTube of people doing very quiet things. Like, what are some of the things that people use ASMR for? Just sounds that people like, right? Maybe the sound of a little puppy dog breathing or sleeping, calming sounds. Lolly in the vortex of hairspray, yes. Okay, so cool. I hope I caught up on those questions. Feel free to ask more as we go here. So we'll move to the next step. We'll let this dry. I mean, I think just before I do, you can. It might be kind of hard to see. Some of these lines are harder to see than others. If that was a problem, I could have just added more matte medium to make it more transparent. As you saw when I was sort of scrubbing around with my brush, I brought a lot more of the yellow back, and I could have just wiped extra paint off. I could have used a rag to wipe some stuff off. And worst comes to worst, I can draw these lines back over top using the carbon paper again. The only thing you just want to make sure that this is nice and dry. Otherwise, the carbon paper might stick to this surface. When you peel it off, you'll just get like patches of black carbon or graphite that's like, oh no. So talk about a problem of that smudging. That would be terrible. Right? Okay. So, let's take a look at the biography of Marcel Duchamp. So, where should we go? So, Marcel Duchamp is born in 1887 and dies at age 81 in 1968. So, lived a very productive and controversial life. He's one of the most interesting artists, I think, in the history of art, and one of the most controversial artists of all time. And thank goodness, as far as I know, that controversy is related to his artwork and not to his naughty behavior outside of the studio. Although I guess there are nothing nearly as egregious as his contemporaries like Pablo Picasso, but you know, he was a man of his time, and I'm sure a bit of a misogynist. There are images of him playing chess with nude women, and which I don't know if it was his idea or a magazine editor's concept for their publication. I think that was for Life magazine. But anyway, so Marcel Duchamp was born into a family of very creative people. Although his parents weren't artists, his maternal grandfather was an artist, Emile Frederic Nicole, and they had a lot of his artwork hanging around the house growing up. So I think, you know, just even in my own experience, when you have a family member who's an artist, it makes the idea of becoming an artist yourself or doing something creative seem far more attainable. In my own instance, my father's sister, my aunt, was an illustrator. She's still alive, and so she is. she is an illustrator, so growing up, seeing her books that she wrote was just like, wow, this is something I could do. I mean, I know this person. I've sat in her lap and I've been to her house, and here's her book, right? So I think having a grandfather who's an artist, and you see his art around the house, it's sort of like, oh, this is what we do. This is just another thing that our family is capable of doing. It's not like so radically outside of the range of possibilities, which I know is for the vast majority of people. So he had 7 brothers and sisters, I think one of whom died in infancy, but 3 of his brothers, 2 of his brothers and 1 of his sisters also became artists as well. Obviously, Marcel Duchamp became by far the most well-known of the artists, but especially his 2 older brothers, achieved success before Marcel did. So again, that kind of opened the doors for him. You'll see that his brothers were, almost a decade older than him, born in 1875 and 1876. So yeah, like, literally 10, 11 years, 12 years older than him. He did have his sister, Suzanne Duchamp-Crotti, also became an artist, far less well known than the other 3 male artists in the family. But again, and she was almost the same age as Marcel himself, so they spent a lot of time together as kids and played. And also I should say that they're from the family, or at least Marcel was born in northern France here, kind of near the city of Rouen, famous for the Rouen Cathedral. So let's zoom out here. Sort of northwest of Paris. So there's Rouen and Dieppe, famous battles fought by Canadian soldiers in at least both World Wars, I think. So yeah, you have Paris here, the D-Day invasion, most of which happens around here. You have Dunkirk, another famous World War II battle, documented in Christopher Nolan's movie Dunkirk. I'm like looking at the title, like Calais. I don't think he made a movie called Calais. So they're from kind of this part of northern France, and that part of France tends to be a little bit colder, a little bit. It's a beautiful landscape, but it's certainly very different type of landscape and environment than you see in southern France. And people, I've been to France a number of times, and while I love spending time in southern France and the weather's beautiful, I probably identify a little bit more with northern French people. There's just sort of, I think maybe because of the weather, they tend to be a much more it's a much more like a Canadian kind of vibe, Canada being a little bit colder. And so maybe, you have a particular kind of very playful sense of humor and kind of maybe more of an intellectual bent to the humor. I don't know, maybe I'm just overstretching things a little bit. But that goes certainly into the kind of work that Marcel Duchamp created. He really saw himself as an intellectual first and foremost, which is why he's generally considered to be the inventor of quote-unquote conceptual art, which we'll get into here shortly. So he comes from this large family, many of whom are also creative. They play lots of games together, and one of the games that Marcel plays a lot, especially with his own father, is chess. And I think when you think of, and Marcel Duchamp literally retired from art later on in his life to become a professional chess player. And when you, if you think about his fascination with chess, as well as puzzles and puns and word games, it all kind of starts making sense with the kind of work that he created, because his work is just layer after layer after layer after layer of contradictions, which he freely admits. In fact, I was watching an interview earlier today, and there's a link for it in the description below, a video on YouTube where he literally talks about he's trying to make art that has contradictions built in, which, you know, you kind of, that almost seems nonsensical. Like, why would someone want to deliberately make contradictions in their work where the thing appears to, you know, contradict itself? But that's part of his interest in games and layer, like, you know, complexity. I think is he's really into complexity. So what else do you want to say about his youth? So the kind of the art movement that was in full swing during his youth was Impressionism. And we've talked many times about Impressionism and the effect it had on art in general and culture. But, you know, if you're an French artist growing up at the turn of the last century, Impressionism was everywhere. Certainly you would have heard about the how radical it once was, and the how some of those exhibitions almost came to the point of riots when they first opened, when people were first exposed to Impressionist work. But it was very quickly adopted by the mainstream, and a lot of artists kind of switched from doing much more laboriously made photorealistic painting to this much more expressive type of art making that could be done outside of the studio, in the landscape. And so Marcel himself starts a lot of his earliest work is Cubist inspired. So we have a few of these paintings here. You know, these are some of his earliest paintings. Let's see, can I go, let me go to the next one. No. This is, and you know, again, how old would he have been when he made this? That's 1902. So he's born in 1887. So what? That's what? 15 years old. He made that painting. So these are kind of his earliest attempts at painting. His two older brothers by this point had already become artists and had gone to school to become artists. And so that path is now not just my grandfather made art, but my two older brothers that I look up to are artists, and they're living in Paris, and you know, they're sending postcards and letters back home, and wow, it looks like they're just having so much fun. You know, it made it very likely that was something him and his sister Suzanne would also do. Let's see. And so, of course, because Impressionism is now the de facto art style that is being now taught in art schools, it's unavoidable, right? So his earliest paintings show that interest in Impressionism, because it was just, if you were an artist at that time, that's how you would have learned to paint. Let me see. So he eventually, he takes some classes in Rouen, which is nearby, and then he also eventually moves to Paris and studies at l'Académie Julienne, which was a really important, probably the most important art school besides l'École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, which is also in Paris. And you know, let's just see the Académie Julienne. You had pretty much like every artist of the time went to school there, like, and also taught there as well. Like, I mean, this is heavy hitters, like Adolphe Bouguereau. Bouguereau is, you know, a titan of French painting, of kind of the pre-Impressionism. Laurens here was also an incredibly important painter. Lefebvre. I mean, you have, so, you know, the Académie Julienne, you have many of the greatest artists of their time are teaching there, and so of course that attracts lots of young artists. how long I want to spend talking about this here, but so we have the students, notable students. Okay, Jean Arp, that he's pretty well known. Oh, we're just like at B. I mean, suffice to say that pretty much all the great artists of the turn of the last century had gone to the Académie Julienne, or maybe taken a one or two classes there. But while he's there, he spends most of his time kind of skipping school, you know, hanging out at the local pool hall with his friends and drinking and smoking and kind of being your typical teenage boy, right? And yet he said he did learn. That's probably where he learned the majority of his painting skills, was there. But I think one of the things that he started doing is he ended up hanging out with a lot of poets and writers, and he talks a lot about, I don't know if it's anywhere here, but that he felt, I'm not really sure if this is just in his own imagination or not, but he makes this comment at one point that he heard people talking about, made a reference as to as stupid as a painter. Basically, that he saw painters at that time as being not particularly the brightest people, not really intellectuals, more like craftspersons. Not to denigrate, again, this is what Marcel Duchamp said, nothing against craftspersons, but that he felt like, you know, when he's hanging out with writers and poets, you know, that they're really talking about what's going on in the world, and they're talking about politics and things that have great impact outside of art, versus when he's spending time at school and his teachers and his fellow students, that they might have interesting conversations, but they're kind of like the stuff I talk about, like, you know, what color should we use here? What's the difference between warm and cool colors? And I think Marcel Duchamp kind of hears this kind of stuff and is like, oh my goodness, like, do you guys are you aware of what's going on in the world? Like, how does this apply to anything? And that goes to basically what happens immediately after he paints today's painting. So another thing Marcel Duchamp talks a lot about is his interest in exploring lots of different styles, and that as soon as he made a painting in or two or three paintings in one style, he would immediately look to do something completely different. So while he's painting, you know, he does a couple of these more impressionist paintings. I bet you he did a bunch more of them, and especially when he was in school, he would have done more. But then he starts kind of looking at other artists. Another artist that he became fascinated with was Paul Cézanne. We've looked at Cézanne. We did a Cézanne painting in the past, at least one, right? And Cézanne is considered to be like the father of Cubism, even though he was never a Cubist artist himself. But there was a lot of young French artists in Paris at the time that were, you know, they were taught how to paint in the Impressionist style, and they're kind of like, yeah, but this is what my teacher does. Like, what's next, right? And so some people were looking at Cézanne sort of being considered to be a post-impressionist painter, along with Van Gogh and Gauguin, and so Cézanne is more graphic so this is, for instance, this is a very Cézanne-like painting. Well, in Duchamp's own way, but this reminds me a lot of a famous Cézanne painting, which is the poker players, the card players. In fact, we looked at the card players when we were painting a painting of Billy the Kid a few months ago. Or yeah, right here. Right, we did this painting. Right, and so when we did this painting, that's supposed to be Billy the Kid there. A disputed photograph of him and his posse, the Regulators. But we looked at a bunch of paintings by Cézanne because this type of imagery of people playing cards was quite a recognizable motif. Anyway, so here you have Cezanne, and so a lot of artists like Picasso, Matisse, and Marcel Duchamp were big Cezanne fans. In fact, Cezanne, I was going to say he died around this time, but I'm not sure about that. So then Matisse, so again, Matisse, I keep getting everybody's name wrong. There's so many different names. Duchamp paints a bunch of paintings in the style of Cezanne or inspired by Cezanne. And then he's like, okay, but I kind of feel like I've done that. The next thing, so he kind of feels like I like this Cezanne stuff, but I feel like I want to do something else. And then he's hanging out with a bunch of artists who have recently visited Pablo Picasso's studio. And Picasso and his friend Georges Braque are in kind of at the very beginning stages of inventing a new movement that eventually becomes known as Cubism. So Duchamp, here's by the way, here's a portrait of Duchamp's father. So you have Duchamp is like, okay, well, Cubism is now the thing, right? Here's a Cubist painting that he did of people playing chess. It's called the Chess Players. And eventually he comes to create this painting. This is Nude Descending a Staircase number 1, I believe. Or no, sorry, this is Sad Young Man on a Train. I forgot. Sad Young Man on a Train. Eventually, this is the painting he creates, which is the painting we're about to do today. You'll notice it is a little bit wider than the painting we're going to create, because I have used Photoshop to add a little bit of an extra, 10-20% on either side of the painting. So the original, if we were to do the original, was actually kind of quite narrow. So he does a number of paintings, probably like 10 paintings in this style. And then in this interview that I was watching here, again, this is linked down in the description below, he feels like, okay, I've did that. Now I want to do something different. Like he was not the kind of person that would just do the same thing over and over and over again for years or decades. And I want to talk about artists that switch genres in a little bit here, because I think he's really one of the first artists to really make such radical shifts. Back in the day, you would you go all out to try to master one particular genre, and genre is different. Is both like different styles and themes, I guess. So like different genres of painting might be still life, landscape, portrait, history painting, scene painting. Then you might have seascapes and cloudscapes and cityscapes, and so there's all these kind of subdivisions. But in the history of painting, you would generally have certain people would focus on one genre, and that's it. Versus Duchamp not only sort of crossed over different genres within painting, but then started making sculptures, and then started doing all sorts of other things beyond painting and sculpture, which we'll talk about. But that was also very rare. It was more, there's a few artists who might straddle both and do painting and sculptures, but for the most part, they would be mastering one thing and sticking in their lane. That was a big thing. And so when Duchamp paints today's painting, it's like quite a radical innovation, and people had never really seen anything like that. In fact, it was even he submitted it to the Salon d'Automne, which was one of the big exhibitions at the time, he submitted it to the Salon des Indépendants, and it was rejected. They were like, no, this is not like a cubist painting. This is more of a futurist painting, and the futurists were another art movement that had just kind of sprung up. The Futurists were primarily an Italian art movement. I'm sure, I don't know if there's any information about, I'm sure it's somewhere in here. So you have the Cubists are interested in making art where we are basically trying to flatten space, right? Like, it's like, can we make a painting of a person, but instead of just seeing that person from one angle or another angle, can we show that person from every angle simultaneously? In the same way that we can make a painting of a cube, but we could also unfold that cube like a cardboard box and lay it on the floor, and now we can see all sides of that cube at the same time, right? So can we take the human body and unfold it like a cardboard box, right? So that we can make a basically, can painting behave a little bit like a sculpture? Like a sculpture, we can walk all the way around and see 360 degrees, right? So can a painting behave that way? The Futurists were also interested in looking at different innovations in painting, and they're more interested in trying to describe movement and speed. So you have like the Industrial Revolution is in full swing. You now have like people exploring building airplanes and cars. There's trains running all over town, big smokestacks pouring smog into the air. Things feel like they're really, really changing quickly. The Futurists are really excited about all the movement going on. So they're like, I can't just make a painting of a car. That looks so still. We need to make a painting that showcases movement, right? So you have all of these. So here's like Severini was one of the great Futurist painters. Here's kind of a group of them all together here. I'm sure we'll see Umberto Boccioni. I love this sculpture. That's just gorgeous. This person striding through space. There's another Boccioni painting, right? He made this is from a series that he did. Here's Giacomo Balla. I love, this is also a very famous painting of this dog, you know, the legs running really fast here. So you get a sense, here's the Futurists, these very, very dynamic paintings. Now, Marcel Duchamp sort of, he claims that he hadn't seen any Futurist works. Really the first Futurist exhibition took place in Paris in like January of 1912. Roughly about the same time that he was working on this painting. So he says, I didn't see it. It just sort of must have been in the air at the time. But even then, his art, it's not Cubist. Obviously, the Cubists didn't think it was Cubist because they wouldn't let him exhibit with the Cubists. And the Futurists were like, it's kind of like what we do, but it's maybe also, it's kind of more Cubist. It's a little bit more rigid. We don't see kind of, because in Futurism you tend to see lots of arcing shapes, and there are some arcs happening in here, but this one's famously, this painting was described as an explosion in a shingle factory, which is mentioned at the very kind of beginning of this interview with Marcel Duchamp. The interviewer himself mentions it, and it elicits a good hearty laugh from Duchamp, who sort of doubles over in laughter at the recollection of that. So that's another thing too, is Duchamp kind of took a little bit of those two competing art movements and took his own spin on it. And that's one of the, when I think of Duchamp, he was definitely a person that was off on his own, exploring totally uncharted territory, and everybody else is, you know, you might have everybody else going in this direction, in different ways, in these directions, and you have Duchamp going in his own completely opposite direction, which made him a total iconoclast. Like, he was it made his life a little bit of a struggle. There were certainly times where he found himself, you know, a man apart from the rest of the art world. And yeah, so definitely it's a struggle, but I also really admire that about him. Like he says, like he's clearly a good enough painter that if he wanted, he could have continued doing this for another 20, 30 years. The only other person that was doing anything close to what Duchamp was doing was his good friend Francis Picabia, who's an artist, another artist I really love. I'm a huge Picabia fan. You can see Picabia's got some influences of Cubism, a little bit of Fauvism, but Picabia is also doing these weird paintings that are, you know, like not real. They're kind of Cubist, but kind of futurist, but they're not. It's like, what on earth is this guy creating? Picabia, like Duchamp, is also kind of fascinated with machinery, and Picabia is also really interested in fast cars. So there's probably some photos here. I haven't even looked at Picabia's Wikipedia page, but there's got to be a photo of him with one of his race cars. Come on, you can't. No photos of Picabia in his race cars. Interesting. Maybe there's one of Duchamp with Picabia in a race car. No? That's a bummer. But Picabia liked speed and movement, and so you have these two good friends that are spending a lot of time together, and they're thinking about like machines and the Industrial Revolution, and like we can't just go around to like painting like the Cubists. The Cubists are interesting, but they were like, yeah, I kind of feel like they're still grounded in tradition. They're still trying to make still life paintings, portrait paintings, landscape paintings. They're just doing it in a different way. Like, what can we do differently? So I think maybe as you saw when I was flipping through some of these images of Picabia, you start seeing these weird paintings of machinery. And I don't see them on the Duchamp page, but both of them become kind of obsessed with like cogs and like these kind of watch machinery kind of things, right? All those mechanical instruments. And part of that is like a attempt to, it's like a radical rejection of the traditional genres of painting. It's kind of going another step beyond Cubism as to like, okay, the Cubists are still trying to make pictures of pretty women. They're just sort of, breaking them up into all sorts of different facets. What is the opposite of all of it? Like, what's totally radical from all that? Well, what if we make paintings of like mechanical things? Like, that's got to be the least beautiful thing we can think of, like the inside of a watch. Now, I know some people look at the inside of a watch and are like, that is really cool, that's amazing. But, if you make a painting of the inside of a watch and you hang it next to a painting of a beautiful woman, well, it's kind of shocking, right? And so at the time, it was basically the most radical gesture, even for the Cubists, even for the Futurists, because it just seemed so boring, like so dry. Like seriously? Like, who would want to own a picture of a cog and put it on the wall of their house? Like, and so, but again, you're understanding these are like 22-year-old young guys, who are trying to make a name for themselves, and they see all this activity around them, and it's like, how do I compete with? I can't compete with that. I can't compete. I got to find something that no one else is doing, something that no one else has ever done. So that is kind of in the background of their minds while they're coming up with these very strange images. Like, let me see if on Wiki we have the chocolate grinder. Do we have the chocolate grinder? Okay, so he did another thing with Marcel Duchamp is he painted many versions of the same painting. This painting, well, I think is maybe, I think it's more 1913, But Duchamp talks about, in that same interview here, he talks about walking by a store window, a chocolate factory, or a little chocolatier store, and he sees this chocolate grinder in the window, and he's like, "Wow, that is beautiful. I want to make a painting of that." And so again, it's just like, what? Why would anybody? That's like the ugliest, lamest thing on earth you could make a painting of. It's so boring. It's not what a real artist does. And when you start seeing this kind of thing, you can understand why someone like Andy Warhol, who comes around 50 years later, sees Duchamp as a major inspiration. Because what does Warhol do? He makes paintings of Campbell's soup cans, of comic books, of Brillo boxes, and so on and so forth. Like the most mundane things he can possibly imagine, right? There's nothing more mundane than just a soup can at the grocery store that anybody can buy and put in their shopping cart. So that's kind of the genesis of pop art, taking things from popular culture, or what someone would say low art, right? Or that's what people literally said, that you have high art being pictures of beautiful women and landscapes and flowers and stuff. And on the other end, you have basically the trash that humans make, all the bubble gum and soup cans and cereal and stuff that is not intended to be taken seriously. So you can see how Andy Warhol picks up on all the things that Duchamp and Picabia originally kind of bring and try to introduce into visual art. This groundbreaking painting that Duchamp makes, Nude Descending the Staircase, is first exhibited as part of the Armory. Well, it's exhibited a few times. Well, first of all, Duchamp tries to exhibit it as part of the. Let's close a few tabs here. Let's see, where does. Just want to get all this right. Where is he? Maybe I won't be able to get the exact history down here. Anyway, he had tried to exhibit it at least once, and it was rejected. I think it was the Salon des Indépendants, and he tries to exhibit it alongside the Cubist paintings. The Cubist artists are like, no, that's not a Cubist painting. We don't want that painting next to our paintings. But it does get included in a very famous exhibition that is known as the Armory Show in New York. And the Armory Show was really the very first time that art by Picasso, Matisse, Duchamp, obviously, had been exhibited in any large way in the United States at all. There were small exhibitions. There were some paintings that made their way by Picasso, Matisse, but no real major group exhibition. So it was originally called the International Exhibition of Modern Art. Half of it was dedicated to European artists, half of it's dedicated to American artists. Many of the American artists we've talked about, people like Robert Henry and Edward Hopper, whose Nighthawks painting we did, the little cafe with the three people sitting in the window. But the American section of the show was clearly has become largely forgotten because of what was seen in the European wings. Because when people came in, they were kind of aware of what American artists were doing, and some of it was a little more advanced. But the stuff that they saw in the international pavilion, in the European, which was really Europe. I mean, I don't think there was anything from Africa or Australia or China or anything like that. International just meant by other white people, other white men, right? the basically the star of the show, or the black swan of the show, however you want to think about it, was Marcel Duchamp's Nude Descending a Staircase. That was the painting that got all of the press, that caused a huge kerfluffle, that was made fun of mercilessly in the newspapers, and instantly made Marcel Duchamp a globally, well, again, in North America and Europe, famous artist. For better or worse. I mean, the majority of the press for Marcel Duchamp was scathingly negative. There were tons of illustration, joke cartoons in the newspaper, on and on and on. But what that did is it made this show a must-see, because people are reading about it in the newspaper day after day, and they're like, honey, did you see this? What's supposed to be on at that art show downtown? Oh my goodness, this just must be terrible. And then every day in the newspaper you're reading, like, here's another article. Oh, you got to read what they have to say about this Marcel Duchamp guy. Oh my goodness. And then eventually, what do you think? Do you want to go on Sunday? Do you want to go check out this show? Because, like, I mean, I can't believe this art is as bad as it says in the paper. Like, well, I got to see this for myself. So you have, like, thousands of people reading about this, making similar decisions. Like, okay, we got to check this thing out, because this is just outrageous. And many people go in there and they look at it and they're like, this is ridiculous. This is terrible. And then a few people, especially a lot of the American artists who were exhibiting in the other half of the pavilion, walk in and they're just like, whoa, this is like, I mean, there's literally documentation of American art, like Edward Hopper and Robert Henry kind of walking in there and just being like, oh my goodness, like, this makes everything we're doing look like we're in, like, cavemen, like, so you had some American artists like Edward Hopper who were like, okay, this is crazy, but I think this is too crazy. Like, I don't think we want to go quite that far. I think we're on the right track. I think this is probably gonna fade out. This is just a fad. Let's just keep on track. And then you had a number of other artists like Stuart Davis, whose paintings we looked at, or we did a Stuart Davis painting probably a couple of years ago, who was instead like, this is amazing. And so you have this wave of mostly Cubist. Well, there's a lot of different stuff in that exhibition, but the Cubist stuff is what really caught on. And then before you knew it, like 90% of working professional artists were like, we have to address Cubism somehow. We got to try it. We got to see if there's something in this for us, and because this is the thing that's going on in the world right now. I mean, you could, like, it's hard to imagine today. I mean, it's the closest thing you can think of is today, like, artificial intelligence, and it making the big impact. Everyone's talking about it, and it's like, oh, is this going to be the death of art? Are all artists going to be unemployed right now? And you have some artists alive and working today who are like, well, let's try to use artificial intelligence. Let's see if how we can use this rather than be scared of it. Let's see if we can turn it into something. But you don't have, like, every artist, embracing this technology or using it. You have a small number, and maybe people watching this 5 years from now would be like, look at this guy, can you believe he thought there was only a few? Like, every artist is using artificial intelligence. So maybe that'll happen. But it was like a tsunami cresting in New York City, profoundly changed art in general. It made art like the must-see thing to do. Like, it was, like people talking about a movie like Avatar or something, or Titanic. Everyone's got to go see it, because you don't want to be that person at work on Monday who's like, sorry, what art show is everybody talking about? I don't know. So everyone had to see it. So you have not only, let's see, I'll just sort of, there's the painting itself. There are kind of some inspirations that have been cited for Marcel Duchamp's work. one of which is you see some, like, early photographers. One of the things about early photography is they were suddenly able to take photographs of things that were happening faster than the eye could see. So you have something like this where artists like are painting stripes and dots on clothing, and then doing these long exposures as a way of sort of being able to track movement. Like, for instance, there was a lot of discussion at different times of, like, when horses run, is there a point where all of their feet leave the ground at once, or is there always at least one foot touching the ground? And now, as I said, I can't remember what it is, but for the entirety of human history, or at least entirety of human contact with horses, horses are moving too fast for people to see, so we just never knew what, it was just how are you going to prove that? Until photography comes along, and then you have people like Muybridge, who's taking these, he took photographs of horses as well, but you have pictures where he's doing these, he had these cameras that were like on a track, and they could fire off like, so he could take pictures of horses and dogs running, or people running, or wrestlers wrestling, or in this case, a woman walking downstairs. So Duchamp says that he saw these images, and that was very influential to him, that he saw that and thought, can I do that kind of thing in a painting somehow? The other thing, if we go back to what I was saying about Duchamp being a bit of like a trickster, very interested in games and puzzles and puns, is that the idea of painting a nude figure, and it's debatable whether it's a male or female, but the idea of painting a human body walking down, a nude human body walking down the stairs, was also sacrilegious, or in that the nude was seen as one of the highest genres of art. A nude portrait of often a woman was kind of like the pinnacle of subject matter for a painter to do, and that it was kind of sacred, that there were specific ways that it was done, and you can play around with some of the rules, but generally you want to, paintings of nude women were mostly of like reclining nude women who essentially lacked a lot of agency, who are just there to be seen and looked at, ogled, and are objects. So another reason why people were really upset with Duchamp for painting the nude descending the staircase was this idea that this is kind of in very poor taste to make a picture of a nude figure walking down the stairs is kind of unseemly. It's like, oh, why would you want to do that? Like, you should like be painting like the ancient Greeks and Romans, a woman using one of these classical poses to do a picture of some kind of banal activity like walking down the stairs, is just not a very flattering way of displaying the human body. It's interesting that in French, he calls this painting Nude descendant un escalier, which is both of these are, if you know anything about French, in the French language, words are given, are engendered, right? So you can prescribe a gender to different objects, and in this instance, nu with nu signifies a male nude. If we added if we added an e at the end, that would be a female nude. So in the very title, and the title is also right in the bottom left corner, we're going to add that to the painting, but Duchamp writes that on there. So he's saying quite explicitly that this is a nude male walking down the stairs, but perhaps partly because he knew that that would, if it was a female walking down the stairs, that would be just like, forget about it. Or maybe in response to that, maybe when it was first rejected, he took it back to his studio and was like, okay, how am I going to get this painting out there? Maybe if I change it to a nude man, maybe if I make it explicit, I'll write it right on the painting that this is like a nude male walking down the stairs, as opposed to, there's no confusion. Maybe that will absolve me of some of the hatred and one of the reasons why this painting was rejected by the Cubists, because they originally said, like, they accepted the painting into the show, and then when actually Duchamp's brothers showed up with Marcel's painting, the Cubists who were organizing that part of the exhibition were like, no, so they actually printed the catalog for that original show, but the painting was not as part of the exhibition. Let me see, what else do I want to say about... Oh, so here you have, I think this is, well, it's not Muybridge, but this is similar to the images that Muybridge did. Here you can see this horse running and trying to establish where those feet are. Here's one of these Cubist images. The Rude descending a staircase, rush hour at the subway. There's literally hundreds of those cartoons all over the place of contemporary cartoons making fun of Duchamp's painting. So just before I move on here, I just want to say, so after Duchamp makes this painting, he decides, and as I said in this interview, he says, like, well, I could make dozens more paintings in the similar vein to this Nude descending a staircase, but I feel like I've done it, and I want to move on. So after he moves on, the first thing he does is those chocolate grinder paintings, and then he starts thinking. He sort of projects. What do you call it? Personify. What is it when you ascribe human-like qualities to animals and inanimate objects? What is that? Anthropomorphism. So he anthropomorphizes those chocolate grinders because he starts coming up with all sorts of very idiosyncratic, eccentric characters that he ascribes to these mechanical things, and that begins sort of the next phase of his career, which evolves into artworks like this, the large glass, which is a fascinating artwork. This is an exhibition that he organized where he hung string all over the gallery, and so you had to kind of step through and over and under all of this string. Again, so this is that was his contribution to a surrealist exhibition, because that's one of the another genre movement that Duchamp becomes a part of. But really, this kind of goes is part of his overall rejection of painting. He basically stops painting from 1913 forward because, as I said before, he thinks of painters as being kind of anti-intellectual. That they're skilled craftspersons, but they don't really have a lot to say about the world in general. I want to be, I like hanging out with, critics and writers and poets, people who think deeply about politics and the world outside of the studio. So what he basically leaves behind what he calls retinal art that is visually based, and he wants to make art that is conceptually based, that is more about ideas than paint on a canvas. And that is very radical. Back in the day, again, there were very defined genres. If you wanted to make art that was about ideas and concepts, you'd write a novel, you'd write a book, you'd become a philosopher. Versus Duchamp is like, I still want to make artworks, objects, but I don't really care if they're beautiful or not. I want them to if anything, stimulate the mind of the viewer. And for better or worse, he ushers in the essentially some people call him like the first like true postmodern artist, and that's how you start getting works like this, which we'll talk about in a future episode. I want to do a painting of the fountain, as he called it, which was a urinal that he bought and flipped on its side and put on display. And again, there was a lot of controversy. We talked about that in the previous episode of, was he actually the person that invented or sculpted this, or was it Elsa Freytag-Loringhoven who did that? And we'll talk about that in more detail when we look at this painting, or when we make a painting of that sculpture. But that goes into basically his effect on the art world in general, is this, what some see as a democratization of art, making it possible, if craftspersonship and skill isn't the #1 requirement to make art, and it's more about ideas and concepts behind the art, then you could make a painting which is kind of sloppily executed, or literally dripping paint onto the surface like Jackson Pollock, and that's okay, because it's not just about what you see, it's about how it makes you feel and the ideas that it provokes within you. And again, that's highly controversial even to this day. Even in the chat for some of these videos, people bring up like, why is this art? This is kind of an ugly painting, right? And it's fair. Those are fair discussions and arguments, because people have been having them since Marcel Duchamp started exhibiting some of his more radical work. Because some people literally blame Marcel Duchamp for destroying art as it was known, and introducing blowing open the doors so that anybody can make art, and that the quality of art, according to them, plummeted because the standards no longer existed. If skill and craftspersonship is no longer the minimum bar for a painter, and it's more about ideas, well, then anybody can make a painting, right? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would also say that, I mean, I can understand that argument, but I can also say, I think the fact that the doors blew open and that more people felt like that they could participate in making art, that they could go buy painting supplies like many of you are doing right now and make a painting, I think that's a good thing. I think that making art more accessible to the public, giving people a sense that, hey, I could do this, my kid could do that, is actually not a bad thing at all. I think if more people were making art, the world would be a much better place. So, with every kind of innovation, sometimes there's some good, and then sometimes there's some bad. And even what some people consider bad, some other people say is great and necessary. So I'll leave it to people in the comments to make their own judgments as to what they think the legacy of Marcel Duchamp is or was. Was he the harbinger of evil and death, and did he destroy the great tradition of painting and art? Was it demeaning of him to stop making painting because he said that painters were stupid and didn't have anything particularly to say, or by him embracing a much more open and diverse idea of what art could be, did that, and therefore sort of essentially allowing more and more people to participate in making art? Is that worth the trade-off for? Yeah, so I don't know. People have been talking about this. There's been hundreds and hundreds of books written about this, PhD theses and master's studies about it. And I don't think we'll ever there will certainly be no agreement whatsoever about it. Just to give you a quick little taste of the work that Duchamp makes after Nude Descending the Staircase. We have the bicycle wheel, the bottle rack, which is really the bicycle wheel and bottle rack are really the first two objects he calls ready-mades that he makes before the urinal. And yeah, things just become weirder and stranger as time goes forward here. And you can see, many of these things are not what most people would consider to be beautiful objects. But Marcel Duchamp, at this point, he's sort of going out of his way to not create, or he's not interested in beauty at all. He's interested in ideas. So if you say, oh, this is ugly stuff, Marcel will be like, I'm trying to make ugly stuff because I'm not really concerned about beauty. I don't care about beauty. I care about ideas. So, and pretty much from about 1940 till the day he dies in the 60s, was 67, he claims to have retired from making art entirely and devoted himself to making chess. We know that's not true because there were a few artworks he created in total secrecy that were discovered after he died. But for the most part, he left the visual realm and the art making realm entirely, and was playing games, playing chess, because that was sort of things that brought him the most joy. So here's the Philadelphia Museum of Art, which has the largest collection of original work by Marcel Duchamp, and including that artwork that he had been making in secrecy for all of those years. That specific artwork is maybe not particularly not safe for work, as they would say, so I'm not going to really show it on screen here. It's hidden behind a door in the museum. You can see it, but you have to look through a little peephole to see it, and it is really pretty cool artwork. Étant donné, as it's called, which I don't know what that means in French, or in English, sorry. But I did want to see here. I wonder if I can add these dimensions to. Let's do that again. Okay, so you can see the size of this painting, 57 and basically 58 inches by 35 inches. So that's, that's a pretty tall painting, right? It's, or basically 1.5 meters by almost 1 meter tall, right? So it's substantial size, and we're going to be painting it at 9 by 12. So, one thing I did want to just mention, and this is just a little extra, is because I think one of the things I really admire about Duchamp is his total willingness to switch genres and mediums, and that he was not someone interested in repeat. He talks about he went out of his way to not repeat himself. That as soon as he did something, it's like, okay, that's done. I got to do something else. I got to sort of, almost rebel against my previous self. Unlike his friends who were rebelling against their teachers in the previous generation, Marcel Duchamp is like, I got to rebel against who I was last week and create something totally different, something that artist was incapable of doing, which I really admire. I think that's very difficult to do, or maybe impossible, but it's something, one might argue is worth striving for. It also could be a criticism of someone who has a very short attention span. I remember that's what teachers when I was in graduate school would accuse me of, is just like, Michael, focus, do one thing really well. Stop doing all these different things. Like, get a little bit of direction in your life. So I included a bunch of articles in the description below about musicians, filmmakers, authors who are kind of known for switching from one genre to another, because I think this was something that was relatively uncommon before artists like Duchamp, and to a certain extent Pablo Picasso is another very famous artist who really, Picasso himself, had a blue period, had a rose period, a cubist period, a neoclassical period, and each one was, because there were a lot of other artists that followed Picasso into Cubism and stayed there for the rest of their careers, whereas Picasso was there for maybe 4 or 5 years and was like, okay, I've had enough, let's go in a totally different direction. Everyone's like, hey, we just got here, what are you doing, where are you going? It's like, thanks everybody, bye, I'm gonna do something else. So that is something that was very radical for the time, but now we see musicians and actors and directors, authors, who are much more likely to cross from one genre or style to another. So, artists like maybe Katy Perry, going from Christian rock to pop. Gwen Stefani, she was in a punk rock band called No Doubt, and which was, and then kind of went into a much more pop vein. Linda Ronstadt, Alanis Morissette, Beck, Taylor Swift, she was a country musician, Radiohead, Beastie Boys, from punk rock to hip hop to pop, Prince, the Bee Gees, their original music was a little bit more like the Beatles, and who became obviously known as like a disco band, dance band. Michael Jackson, from R&B into like becoming the king of pop music. Bob Dylan, from folk to plugging in and being rock and roll. David Bowie, going through various different genres of music, and certainly lots of different styles. Like his entire appearance changed 3 or 4 times throughout his career. And probably the most well-known of those would be the Beatles, of course, going from kind of silly love songs, as Paul McCartney once remarked, or even before that, where they were kind of aping stuff by like Chuck Berry and like original rock and roll R&B, to then really experimental psychedelic pop like Sgt. Pepper's, to then kind of leaving that behind, just while every other band started going into psychedelic rock. They went off and continued exploring, and maybe became arguably more of a blues band towards the end, right? Who are some other artists on this list? Miley Cyrus, another artist whose whole genre. Lady Gaga, another person whose music has kind of changed, but especially like her appearance and clothing, really kind of trying to transcend. Like as soon as people feel like they had a lock on who she is, she just completely shakes it up each time. Let's see. Michael Bolton, right? The Byrds, Fleetwood Mac, Iggy Pop. Yeah, that's definitely lots of. So, let's see. Or also look at film directors. You have like people like Steven Spielberg, who've done big action films. Make the ultimate monster movie like Jurassic Park, but then also make a very literally in the same year make like the most serious movie about the Holocaust of all time, Schindler's List, right? Like, you can't be any more different than those two movies in the same year. Quentin Tarantino to a certain extent. Rob Reiner, he's Spinal Tap, like he basically invented the mockumentary. But do people remember that he did like maybe the ultimate romantic comedy, When Harry Met Sally, or maybe the ultimate fantasy movie, The Princess Bride? I mean, I've probably seen Princess Bride more than any movie I've ever. Or Misery, that Stephen King adaptation, again considered to be one of the great not science fiction, horror movies of all time. Ridley Scott, you know, did Blade Runner and Alien. He did also Thelma and Louise and Gladiator. I mean, and maybe, I think of all, you got Stanley Kubrick, who's famous for, you know, some of his early movies, like The Killing is like a hard-boiled film noir. He did Paths of Glory, which is like known as one of the great war movies of all time. But then he did, like, you know, The Shining, considered to be probably the scariest horror movie of all time. Clockwork Orange, which is, you know, I don't even know what Clockwork Orange is. Like a dystopian nightmare of a movie. You know, so it's like people who really just, you know, went really wild. Like, okay, I think there's a few more names on here. Danny Boyle, maybe more familiar to people as the director of Slumdog Millionaire, and Steve Jobs. That movie Yesterday, speaking of the Beatles, 127 Hours, but the guy is trapped between the rocks, has to cut his own arm off, or 28 Days Later, which is like probably my favorite zombie movie of all time. Ang Lee, who's, you know, really broke through with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He also directed, you know, Sense and Sensibility and Brokeback Mountain. I mean, which, you know, are about as like random of a series of movies as possible. Obviously, you have some actors, you know, like comedians like Jim Carrey, who transitioned from, you know, more serious movies, or sorry, from comedies like Ace Ventura to oh, it's just escaping me. What's you know, Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, which is one of my favorite, and The Mask. But what's the movie I'm thinking of? The how come you know, the one where he's being recorded all the time. Truman Show, right? I think that was sort of like one of his first big well, I guess there was The Cable Guy came before The Truman Show. Interesting. I think The Cable Guy was his first movie where it was really dark. It was still comedy, really dark, but The Truman Show was much more of like a straightforward drama, not really very funny. And you can see then he obviously explored way more serious films, but it's kind of gone back and forth. So there's lots of actors who've kind of straddled that line between, like Tom Hanks, for instance, very successful at making that switch from comedy to drama, to the point now where, like, I remember being a kid and people were like, Tom Hanks doing a serious movie? Are you kidding me? I don't think no one will believe him in that. And then now the idea, I think most younger viewers can't even imagine him as a comedian, right? His switch was so successful. I do want to show a few more things. Okay, and then also authors who really kind of broke the mold here. Stephen King, to a certain extent, mostly known for his horror movies. Anne Rice, Philip Roth, for sure. It's interesting that most of these women, or most of these authors, also happen to be women who really crossed genres. Maybe more famous than most would be like Margaret Atwood, you know, writing a story like The Handmaid's Tale, another dystopian fiction. But, you know, some of her other books, like The Blind Assassin, you know, couldn't be more different. You know, it's not set in some sort of alternate universe. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, who's also, you know, written some more adult fiction, some of them under pseudonyms. Joyce Carol Oates, who's basically done a little bit of everything. So those are some, obviously when you see those names, we don't see any of which represent authors from the past. I mean, I guess if we look at, like, I don't know, did Shakespeare or Edgar Allan Poe or Oscar Wilde Did they really switch genres at any point in their careers? Like Shakespeare, I guess, wrote some books that were, but they're all, I don't know. It's not like Shakespeare wrote, I mean, I guess he wrote some tragedies and comedies. But I think when we think of like a Shakespearean comedy, I think we think of it a little bit differently than we think of, you know, Ace Ventura or Dumb and Dumber. I think there was a different definition for comedy back then. Okay, I think I have clearly spoken for, whoa, like an hour and a half. Okay. I think it's time to move on. Wow. Okay, I clearly can get away from myself here. Just before I do move on, just looking if anybody's got any questions for me. Oh, Kathy, you're so sweet. Kathy says, oh, I started 2 years ago and I'm hooked on Michael's videos. So helpful and informative, easy to follow. And there's Ariel says, I just started to learn 2D. I don't know how to paint. Hi, Ariel. Glad to have you joining us. Oh, look at all these. You guys are so sweet. Such a generous group. Wow. Oh, this Chase says, hello. Hi, by the way. Cool flags in the background. Oh, thanks so much, Chase. Wow. Okay. My apologies. Lolly says, I can't help but stay up late for Michael's classes. I set my alarms for midnight. Oh, you guys are, oh my goodness. I'm very, very, very blessed. Okay. Now that I've talked your ear off about Marcel Duchamp and pretty much everybody else I could think of over the last little while, let's take a look at actually painting today's painting. So, generally the first thing that I do is work from the background to the foreground. Now, with a painting like this, the question is, what is the background? What is the foreground? Because if we kind of just wind back again, and I promise I'm not going to go too far into this, but like the idea of cubism is essentially a flattening of space. And one could even say the history of modern art is about flattening of space. And so that idea, if you're flattening space, you're also blurring or getting rid of the boundaries between foreground and background entirely, and that everything exists on the same plane, the same surface, right? That there is no, you know, if I was to make a painting of myself in this situation, there's no longer me in the front and this flag kind of behind me, and then flags further behind me, and all sorts of other junk back there. It's all kind of, you know, maybe even in front of or just right up next to me, like the boundaries between my body, let's say, or even if I stand over here, we would try to dissolve that flag into my head as if they're kind of, you know, there's where does one thing begin and where does one end? Having said that, Duchamp, clearly he was not really welcome with the Cubists. They didn't want to even exhibit with him, and you know, it was kind of an open debate what his relationship to Futurism was, if any. He didn't exhibit with them, and he kind of rejected that. So he's kind of off on his own. So does he see a traditional foreground and figure, background and foreground, like a relationship, or is he also flattening this space? I mean, possibly. The one thing is that the background, if we want to consider that the non-figurative elements are darker. So it does appear that you have, you know, this figure, kind of, these are legs, one assumes. Here's the hips, chest, and head, right? That they are lighter and therefore kind of some kind of contrast to the background. However, I feel like I might need to actually start doing some of the figure in this, because I don't know, in this instance, kind of trying to work around the figure and block that in, especially since it's a little bit darker, I think is going to cause me some fits. And also, I think that it's also unique because I generally am not starting a painting with such a dark value, right? Generally, when I'm working with that yellow, I often go darker to start and then lighten, because I'm probably starting a little bit on the lighter end of the scale. Now here I'm actually a little bit on the darker end of that scale. If I think of like light and dark here, right, on the value scale, that generally I start here and then I darken. Here I'm kind of like towards the darker end, so I think it makes more sense to lighten. And when we look at the painting there on the left, the figure is actually the lighter part. So I think instead of starting with my background layer, number one, I'm going to start with foreground. So let's begin in the way that we generally don't, by starting to work from the foreground. We'll get a little bit of that blocked in, then we'll go to the background and work that way. And I think, again, as I just explained, I think that has to do with just how dark this Imprimatura is, that I think, yeah, I need to. So anyway, let's stop just listening to me think out loud and start to paint. So the color that we want to use, what color do we want to use? Maybe I'll wait before I get to these really much lighter values. Let's go for something a little bit of a more middle value. So, you know, I did mix this color previously. This is the same color I used for my background. Sometimes I like to preserve that color towards the very end in case there is any things that I want to cover up. But because we're going to fill this with all sorts of different colors, I think I'm going to actually use this color. And I'm going to use it for this painting. I'm going to add some white to it. And so if you're just tuning in and you didn't see how I mixed this color, I originally began with some warm yellow. I used warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue, and I made a warm brown. But when I did that, I noticed it looked really this is basically a little bit of it here, a bit more like milk chocolate, which I love milk chocolate, obviously. But it was too bright, too saturated. And so I added some cool blue and cool yellow, which in combination with the warm red in here brought this much closer to the center of the neutral core where we get black, right? So just as a quick, just a more visual representation of what I did is I took warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. Mixing those together, I got not quite displayed here as well, but it was a very kind of saturated brown, right? Nice bright brown, not too far off of this, but I wanted it to be more muted. So in order to pull that color as close as possible to neutral core without actually going black, I added cool blue and cool yellow, which just kind of, as much as possible, sort of canceled most of the saturation of that color and got me with very kind of dull brown. So let's see. Let's mix some more white in here. I'm going to add a little bit more warm yellow in there. Maybe get a few different colors started here that I can use. So that here's my original, here's one that's fairly similar, and here's one that's a lot lighter. Maybe I'll take a little bit of warm red. Okay, another thing that I'm probably going to end up doing a lot of in this painting is using smaller brushes. So let's get out a smaller brush. And, you know, if your painting is like mine, where it's kind of lost a lot, it's harder to see the lines, then what we need to do is we need to go to a part of the painting where we can see something visible, right? Where we can make out something relatively clear. And so a few things that immediately pop out to me is this circle, which is our oval shape right there, and then these lines here, which looks like this, I assume kind of like a thigh or a knee right there, right? So I think I'm going to start with this shape, and then that's going to help me, and then I'm going to expand from a place that I know and kind of expand my search area from there, I guess you could say. All right, so let's get that centered. Okay. So even if this color is not the exact right color, we can just start by putting it in, and then we can always modify as we go, right? Maybe I'll just take that other color that I mixed. I know it's not the exact right color again. I'm just going to put this in here. The other thing too is we're going to be using some black outlines to create modification, or not modifications, to outline, or clearly if I'm going to use outlines, I'm going to be outlining, so I'm going to be using black lines towards the very end of this painting. And the great thing with that is it's going to really help add some structure to this painting. So it might begin, it might look a little bit sloppy and messy, but once I'm very close towards the end, I can put some darker lines back over top, and everything's going to kind of snap into view really well. So again, you know, I could probably add a lot more blue and yellow into these colors to make them a little more green, because right now they're quite rose colored. So there's two things in my mind right now. Is like, well, is it important to get the color right or just get some shapes in? I'm going to zoom back out. You know what? Some of this color does exist in this painting, especially in the top left and bottom right. But maybe it is worth mixing this color, getting a little bit of that greenish brown in place now. Okay, so let's take... let's mix this up here. I'm going to take some cool yellow and cool blue. That beautiful saturated color. And then let's put a bunch of our brown in here. careful. So yeah, there is that color. Okay. So I'm going to keep that. Let's make another mixture. One that is more yellow, less green. Too much red. Ugh. This is my cool red. What did I do? Okay, let's do that again. But you know, there's nothing wrong with having this being kind of prepared here for those steps. We're going to use it eventually. Actually, that's not bad. It looks really mustardy right there. Maybe a little bit too mustardy. Probably could have done that with a glaze. But again, we can always kind of tone these things down later. So maybe before I do that, let's take some of this and just do just that. Let's take a bit of this mustardy color. So just added a little bit of more white to it and some brown. Closer, that's good. All right, so now we can paint in. So as far as I'm concerned, what I need to do is get like a critical mass of paint in here, and then I can kind of do a little bit of rendering of these shapes with some glazing fluid, darken a few areas, because otherwise I could spend a long time sort of mixing a darker color that might go right over top of here. I'm just going to paint that now, then divide those forms up. So let's go downward here to keep on going this way. I'll take a bit of that greenish color. So that's the bottom. There's obviously of the original, I have part of the painting here that's not actually. This really the painting, the original painting ends there. All right. I was just painting this little strip there, so I'm gonna kind of improvise and do a little bit of extra stuff down on these edges here. So I'm just gonna put this up a little bit here so that when I see them, I can make these distinctions. So as I'm gonna paint this, I'm just gonna be I'm going to be kind of looking at these colors, see if I get them right, but I'm also just going to kind of jump around. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to take this color. Let's put a bit of that in. Where should we put this? Right up here. because in the next there'll be other colors that come over top of it. Where should we go now? So I think that's that area, sorry, that's not on camera. So where's this shape there? I think that's it right here somewhere. And then here's that oval, slightly ovoid shape here. Something there I just did. Sorry, that's sort of like that. Okay, I'm gonna come up here. So, you know, probably for the next hour, this painting is just going to get more and more confusing and stranger and weirder. And I can imagine that just being totally terrifying for most people. Like I'm really not super concerned about getting any level of accuracy with these colors. I just want to be able to get something on this canvas that I can deal with. So we're now in the top left corner of this painting. I can't really see these lines at all in this area of the painting. Kind of making this, a little bit of this up. So this is like the, I think the top of the head of the person at the very, at the front of the steps. And there's already a few places where I think I've totally messed it up and I've got the wrong shapes in the wrong places because I couldn't quite see exactly what I'm painting underneath. But I'm not at all concerned about that. So kind of a similar artist who was kind of using what we could call it cubist motifs, like these types of faceted shapes. It's Canadian artist Kathleen Munn. She was the first cubist painting we did on this channel. We did that maybe a year and a half ago. And that was quite popular. I was actually blown away by how many people decided to tackle her work, because I didn't think cubism would be something most people would be that into. But you know, I'm always pleasantly surprised to see that, because there's maybe a dozen or more people who did that painting. Okay, so that shape, which you can see I've painted a bit over. That's this kind of like a knee shape or hips or something. So, you know, I'm sure if you're looking at those two images side by side, you're just like, wow, those colors could not be more wrong. And you're probably right. But again, that's not something that I'm at all concerned about at this moment. I mean, if you just look, I look at that and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's just crazy town. Like, where do I even begin? So then what I do is I just begin. Rather than trying to like overthink it, I just start. And kind of figure it out as I go. Probably a lot of these lines are going to be wrong because now I can't really see too much. A lot of these lines in here, I can't see anything in there. So I'm just going to continue kind of just almost randomly painting in. Once I've got more of this painting established here, then I'll feel better about starting to kind of, I'll probably mix a gray, that would probably be my next color, and start to kind of modify these shapes or bring a little bit more structure. And probably a bunch of these lines will get omitted as I go and disappear into And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that was also very similar to the way that Marcel Duchamp worked on this painting. And I think probably he began in a similar sort of way, just filling, like probably doodled a bunch of shapes on here. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't think of doodling as a negative activity. I think he kind of just drew a bunch of shapes very quickly, crisscrossing lines all over the place, circles and things, and then started to kind of build shapes into it. And then he gets to a point where it's like, okay, I see the figure's too visible. Okay, I got to paint that out and make it a little bit more ambiguous. But then now I've lost it entirely. I got to make you know, it just looks like a blob of looks like an explosion in a shingle factory. I need to kind of add a little bit of detail back in here to bring those figures back. They're too ambiguous. This is very similar to my background color with just some white in it. It's kind of a bit of a messy, muddy color. You guys are up so late. Rick says, it's almost 10 p.m. here. My studio is in the basement. Light isn't great. And this time is I'm a little tired. I want to be sharp for this one. Yeah. This one, yeah, it requires a little bit of, well, it depends on how you want to approach it. Like, I could see some people just trying to reproduce each little section, going in parts. I'm maybe just a little bit too impatient for that, and I need to kind of just get as much paint on here as quickly as possible, and then I can start kind of adjusting things. But hey, everyone is different, right, when it comes to how we make work, and so if it works for you, keep going, just do it. It's only when you're using a technique or a method and you're not having success, that's when you should, I think, really kind of question things. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. But a painting like this, which has so much detail, for me is a bit overwhelming. Right? So if I tried to do kind of work in a slower, more methodical method, I think I would probably burn out, because my brain just would run out of steam pretty quickly. Just like, I've lost the plot. I think I just need to lay down. So I kind of feel like I need to just smash a whole bunch of square pegs into round holes, and then, you know, more of it's filled in. I can refine it from there. But it's sort of like maybe different approaches to writing. I'm more along the lines of just get something on the page, just whatever it is. Could be all wrong, maybe you toss it out, but there needs to be something there to edit, as opposed to just like be going really slow and kind of like write a sentence. No, it's not worded right. Let's delete that. Let's try to get it right. Okay, got that sentence. Let's move on to the next sentence. It's like, I'm sure there's people that can work that way. It's certainly not how my brain works, though. So I just mixed up a black, and I've got a little bit of gray here, and I can take that gray and black and also just continue kind of painting in, like, where does this gray color go, maybe? So this might be some of the first times where I'm actually paying a little bit more attention and looking for where I could actually put this color. So even if these lines aren't quite in the exact right place, and maybe I need to move them, I still feel like I need to get something in here. Because that also just gives, again, they're like landmarks around which I can work, right? Gray again. So I keep coming back to like this is a major landmark for me. Kind of probably my biggest landmarks are this area right here. Maybe the head up here. And then these hips right here. And then these legs down here, right in that gap of dark space. So those are kind of like my main areas that I'm kind of focusing on, making sure that, because that helps me kind of just see where other things might go. Barbara, it's 3 a.m. in the UK. I need to sleep. Signing off for now. Happy viewing, everyone. Good night, Barbara. Wow, you're a trooper. Lolly says, Michael, do you ever start a master study painting and think, uh-oh, this was a mistake? Or are you always pretty confident you'll nail it somehow, some way? I think this one scares me a little. Oh, I'd say probably 80% of the paintings we do, I feel like, oh goodness, what have I got like, why am I doing this to myself? And especially doing this in front of other people, like, yeah, 100%. I feel that way. Pretty much every painting we've ever done. I feel like it's a bad idea. But the thing is the more and more I do of them, the more I surprise myself. Like I'd say half the time when I finish these, I sit back and be like, I don't even know who did that. I don't even really remember. How's that possible? I don't like. Which is so exciting. It's exhilarating, making something that surprises myself. So, and that gives me confidence. So then I think, okay, well, you know, what can I do next time? How do I? What's the next step after that? It's kind of like doing some kind of physical activity, like jogging or something. And you know, at first when you're putting your shoes on, you're just like, I don't know if I can do this. I think I'd much rather just sleep in right now. And then you get down the block, and you maybe start feeling even worse and worse. And then you kind of hit a bit of a groove, and then it's like, then sometimes I clearly haven't been running in a little while, but the kind of sometimes the switch flips a little bit, and you don't want to stop. You're like, oh, I love this. Oh, I gotta go home and get ready for work. Oh, I'm having such a great time. This feels fantastic. I feel so good. It's yeah, it's, I don't know. So I try to be as like straightforward and honest when things aren't going well, so that people can recognize that, oh, okay, this is, oh, maybe everybody feels the way he does or I do. Recognizing that things never go the way we want. I think it's part of it comes with experience. Is I've done enough paintings to know that, like, there's never painting I can't speak for anybody else, but just I've done a lot of readings about other artists and heard about some of their struggles and things. But as far as I'm concerned, like, every painting I've ever made always has ups and downs. For those who've been watching for a while, probably heard me talk about using the roller coaster metaphor, that sometimes you're working on a painting and it's like, okay, things are going well. That's often like, for me, the Imprimatura. Done the sketch, it's like, this looks great. Wow, this is going to be a fantastic night. Wow, look at it, it's already starting to come together. I already feel it. And then you start putting maybe a little bit of background on it, and then it's like, oh, I think that's the wrong color. And that's kind of like you're at the top of the roller coaster, and you start seeing down, you're like, we have to get down there? Oh no. And then you're holding on for dear life, going down, and it goes upside down, woof, 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 does a few loops, and you're just like, oh my goodness, this is just, what am I doing? I hope nobody's watching. This is so embarrassing. And then it just like pans, and then it's like starts going back up again. And you're like, oh my goodness, that was close. That was, whew. Take a deep breath. Okay. Whew. Okay. Now it's starting to come back together. Which is kind of how I feel right about now. I'm looking at it like, okay, not perfect, but I can see it a little bit. I look here and it's like, okay, yeah, maybe not all the lines aren't in the right place, but some of the colors are. It's not a lost cause. I think this is going to be okay. And so then I paint for another like half hour, 45 minutes, and then it's like, oh, this one's going to be good. I can just feel it. And then usually moments after that good feeling, boom, we're going down the hill again. Boom, going ups and down, go through the water, getting all, you're soaking wet. This is terrible. Oh my, here I thought it was like, why did I shouldn't have said it was going well, because now look at this as a disaster. And then whoop, then we start going back up again. Like, oh, this is driving me crazy. It's exhausting. And it goes up and down and up and down and up and down until ideally towards the very end, it's like, okay, whew, I think I'm ready to get off. Okay, it's not perfect, but I think this is as good as this is gonna get, right? And that's kind of, I think that's how, well, certainly every artwork I've ever made in my entire life is like that. And with that experience comes the recognition that as soon as I start a painting, it's like, okay, it's like getting on a roller coaster, like, okay, things are going good now, but I'm glad I didn't eat a big lunch, like, and then, because you can start to expect it. You start to kind of know, okay, I know this is not going to go perfect from beginning to end. There's going to be some ups and downs. So inevitably that down happens. It's not so scary. It's like if you go on a that really scary roller coaster 50 times, it's not so scary anymore, because you're like, now you can actually kind of anticipate. You're like, okay, we're 2 minutes and 22 seconds, 3, 2, 1, hold on, ooh, here we go, going down, right? So then, and then it's like, okay, 2 more seconds, or 3 more seconds of this, just hold on, okay, and whoa, okay, right? So it's just, you start to anticipate those ups and downs. And sometimes I'm working on a painting like, this is going too good. Something's bad is about to happen here, or something unexpected is going to occur. And I just have to, I'm preparing for it, so when it happens, it's like, oh, okay, there we go. Okay, come right on in, mistake, and let's take a seat, let's chat, and let's hang out for a little while, and then, okay, I think we've had enough time together. Terrifying mistake or problem, I'll show you to the door, and you can go on. I'm mixing as many metaphors in here as I can. And then, and so the more and more I go on that ride, I know to expect it. And so when the bottom falls out, I'm not totally surprised. I mean, does it stress me out a little bit? For sure. But I think, it's, that sometimes becomes one of the reasons why I make art, is to kind of put myself in the most uncomfortable situation and then dig myself out, because that is such a satisfying thing of just sort of going right to the end and pulling myself right back out of the, drowning, again, another metaphor. Which is why, again, it's like why people like doing, like, jumping out of an airplane and parachuting or bungee jumping, is they know it's like, oh my goodness, we're going to see a horror movie. Like, I know this is going to terrify me, but the fact that I'm 99.9% sure I'm not going to die, so I'm probably going to come out of this okay. So you just have to kind of have faith that, we're going to, that things are going to be okay in the end. And I think that's I think painting, the stakes are way lower than bungee jumping or jumping out of an airplane. I mean, the worst thing that could happen working on a painting is it just doesn't turn out, or I don't want to show it to anybody. And, I mean, then I could try doing it again. And probably if I do it again, I would have learned all sorts of lessons that I could apply to this one and make it better. Which is why most artists, when they're making, the painting you see on a museum wall is often not the first painting of version of that painting. It's often the second, third, fourth. I mean, after all, this is Nude Descending a Staircase #2. Well, it's debatable as to which one was. Was there a #1? He did do 3 versions I'm aware of this painting, but I don't know how he numbered them. I mean, it's possible that maybe this was the first one. This is the one that was on display at the Armory. In fact, that's what Duchamp says in that interview that I mentioned a few times, that video on YouTube, and there's a link to it below. So, you know, because sometimes you work out some problem and you're like, okay, I'm glad I made a small sketch because I can do that on a bigger scale and I don't have to be fumbling around so much. So we're used to seeing the final finished version on museum walls and not all the mess that went on behind the scenes. So here, you guys get to see all the mess that goes on in behind the scenes, and then hopefully when you if you make it to the end or skip to the end, you can see how it gets resolved. But there's a lot of tension in there in the like, that's why, you know, some of these videos go on for 5, 6, 7 hours, and definitely between hours 4 and 6, that's one of the things that allows me to paint for 6, 7, 8 hours straight. Is part of that is like terror and panic of like, oh my goodness, I have really gotten myself in a pickle here, haven't I? Okay, well, take a deep breath. Let's just, I don't know, maybe we're just going to dig our way all the way to China, and that's how we're going to get out of this, right? Because, you know, how else, you know, because at the end of the day, sometimes I end these videos at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, but then I can go up and I can sit down and I can look at it and be like, wow, we did that. We did it. This was like, who would have thought? I thought this was a goner for sure. I should have given up, but I pulled it off, and now it's sort of, it's, you know, it's like an extra, like like earning a badge on my Cub Scouts sash or something, you know, like, it's like I've been through combat and I survived to paint again. And then, so each one gives me that extra little bit of confidence. I know that's super long, tangent there, but that's gives you a little bit of kind of how I experience things. Lolly says, exposure therapy. Facing what you're afraid of makes you stronger, for sure. Randy says, I'm back. I've been down in Louisville and I'm sipping gin. Or I've been down in Louisville sipping gin. That's awesome. Louisville. That's up down in Kentucky. That's one place I'd love to go. Go visit the baseball bat factory. Well, it says, I feel we learn from your mistakes as much as we do the stuff that works out perfectly. It teaches how to pull it around when you mix the wrong color and correct it or have to paint over something. It's taught me a lot anyway, so thank you. Lee says, the painting looks nice, Michael. Strap in Michael's painting again. Yeah, I love the little, I never knew there was a roller coaster emoji. That's great. Nikki says, yes, teacher, I always thought it was really cool that you spent so much time on live painting and teaching. Well, just again, if you're seeing, you know, videos go on for a long time, you're like, whew, he must be really sweating it out there, because that's generally what's happening. Okay. How about, maybe it's worth, I'm just going to separate these into another screen here. Now what I want to do, now that I've got the basic shapes very crudely, roughly blocked in, many of them in the wrong place, I'm going to go into what I guess we consider the background. Basically, in background is what is kind of define as not the figure in this painting, which again is kind of hard to, it's a little bit ambiguous, purposefully ambiguous by Duchamp. And so I think I'm going to go now to some darker values. I've used mostly lighter kind of pastel-like colors. Now I've mixed a black previously. I want to mix black into some of those browns and just start darkening things down. And I think that's also going to kind of tighten the painting up. Because right now, it looks a little bit, a little strange, you know, especially when we compare it to the original. You know, it's very vaguely, you know, some of these colors are wildly incorrect and things. But I think once we start putting a little bit of black in here, darkening in some of the negative space, as we might call it, I think that's going to help a lot. Okay. So, as I said, previously I mixed a black, and to make a black I used cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. So I mixed this black, and now I'm going to mix in some, what color? Well, we're going to need greens and browns, basically. So let's start out by mixing a green. So I'll take our cool yellow and cool blue. Start with maybe a little bit of a darker green, so I'll take that. Okay. Should I mix a brown while we're here? Let's take our cool yellow, cool blue, let's do cool red, it's already pretty dark anyway, but let's make it even darker. Okay. So so for me, that's a big shape that was really helpful to block that in. That really helps me. Maybe up in here as well. Underneath that oval shape, which again I've mentioned a few times, is something that, it's a little landmark for myself. All right, so already, boom, boom, boom. Now I can start, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Even like this shape here, I think is technically here. See, now I start to feel like, okay, like to go back to what I was just saying about like confidence and things. It's like, okay, things were kind of lost. Now putting some of these black lines in there is kind of, helping to demarcate a little bit of this geography, I guess, or landscape, and it's like almost like looking at a map, like being lost in a city, and you're kind of like turning around and around, like trying to find something to orient yourself, right? And then you're like, oh, I think that's that building. Oh, okay. But now which direction am I facing? Like, let's say there's a big tower in the distance. Okay, I can see that tower, but now I need something else so that I can figure out I can see the tower on the map, and I can see the tower, but where am I now in relationship to that tower? Am I east or west or north? What's going on here? What am I looking at? Where is that? That's there. There. So far, I've just been entirely using that kind of brownish black. It's very close to a black, but just got a little bit of a brown quality to it. Soon I'm going to switch to a greenish brown, or sorry, a greenish black. In fact, let's take a little bit of this greenish color. It's not as dark as I thought it would be. Okay. It's okay. So, like, kind of going back to what I was saying, like, now, all of a sudden, I feel much better. I'm like, okay, so I think I got a handle on it. Things are going well. But I also know this is going to be short-lived. That, you know, because I'll be like, okay, well, that was really great. But, wow, I still have a lot of work to do, and you know, maybe I should just walk away right now. Yeah, I won't be finished, but I can say, ah, it's close enough. So, you know, I'm now going to be probably putting some darker lines in places where maybe there are not any, just as a way of just kind of getting more and more stuff in place here. So I'm actually approaching this in a very similar way if I was to be doing like a still life painting or landscape painting. Kind of looking for some of the larger shapes and just trying to kind of get those larger shapes in place. else? Need any more darker browns? So these little lines here are not in the original. Like this whole part is not in the original, and that whole part's on there. This is just a kind of a artifact from me using Photoshop to expand the painting on left and right sides. Just using like the clone stamp tool. So this is not really there. So these are the flanks of this painting. I can kind of do whatever I want because it's not there at all, right? So I get to use my imagination and let it really run wild in those areas. Also, I had this, I should have mentioned too, just sort of sitting next to me. That kind of helped me locate things. Like if I saw something on the screen, I'd try to look for it, and then this kind of helps me kind of match it. I'm like, okay, like I look for this. Okay, that's there. This sweeping line. Okay, you can see it's not really there. Maybe. Well, I don't know. I guess it could be higher in here. It just gives you an idea of like, how I can use that to help me a little bit. Chase says, background music sounds nice. Well, he says, I think there's a link in the description. I believe it's Michael's friend. I think it's called Skim Milk or something. Yeah. I tried actually the link this morning. It didn't work, so I have to contact my friend and ask him what's going on there. Chase says, who thinks you could paint Times Square? Well, he says, I think Michael could probably paint anything. Any challenge, he will smash it. He does a Paint the News series where he paints a photo. Maybe he'll do a Times Square for New Year's. Interesting. Kathy's taking a break to get things done. Totally. Nixie says, I personally can't stay that long, just 3 hours, maybe more. That's good. 3 hours is a long time to watch a video on YouTube. I remember when I first started doing this, people were like, there's no one is going to watch a 2-hour-long episode. Like, you got to get these paintings, you got to, be like Bob Ross, 30, 45 minutes tops. No one's going to stick around for 2 hours. No one's going to stick around for 3 hours. Certainly no one's going to watch for 5, 6, 7 hours, and I certainly don't expect people to. But I don't expect also people to be sitting there like watching in rapt attention. I think, from what I've heard from people who are like, yeah, I'm folding laundry, or I'm making my own painting, and I just have the headphones on. I can't even see the video, listening away, making dinner, or falling asleep while I'm listening to it, because I do the same thing with I watch a number of YouTubers who do really long form content, and yeah, so clearly there's some people out there watching, and that's why I also break these episodes down into different chapters. So if people want to just skip ahead, they can just kind of jump to this and jump to that and go to the end. Doesn't bother me. And also why I don't mind answering the same question multiple times, because I know I don't expect anybody to be watching from beginning to end, and so I certainly am not bothered by knowing that maybe somebody might have missed a detail here or there. Okay, so let's just kind of take a look at where we're at. So, question is, I think this is yeah. Okay, so let's start another. Now that we've got a little bit of the background established, as well as the foreground previously, I think it's time to go back to the foreground, and I want to clean that up a little bit. I want to add, maybe try to get, quote-unquote, the right colors, or approximation thereof. Because my first pass at the foreground and in the background, I wasn't really concerned at all with color. I was, vaguely the right color was good enough. Now I kind of want to get a little bit more precision. So now I'm going to spend a little bit more time trying to maybe not match colors, but get closer to those colors, because matching colors is really difficult, and especially if you're a beginner artist, it can just drive you absolutely bonkers. One of the things that can really make it tricky is because, what color are you actually trying to reproduce? Let's say in this painting, he did use a number of different layers, and just mixing the color you see might involve actually painting several different layers. And so I don't want to be painting this for like 8-9 hours. So I'm going to kind of approximate some of these colors. So there's the painting as it exists currently. And here we are side by side. So, a few things, like some of these greens are, even though that's a muted green, I think what I want to do is I could do this with a glaze, or I could try painting it again and adding a little bit of black in here to turn this from a tint here. We got it, because this is a cool green with some white, and that gives it a bit of a pastel quality. I want things to be a little bit darker. There's a lot of gray and brown in the original painting. So right now, it's like my colors are dialed up like 30% higher than maybe they should be. Which is not necessarily a problem, but, like currently some of those greens are so intense, and some of these yellows are so intense that they're a little bit overpowering. So the question in my mind is, well, should I try to mix those colors, or maybe should I start trying to do a little bit of glazing to counteract that? And so I think I'm going to do a bit of glazing. And to do that, glazing, for those of you who are newer, glazing is like the process that Leonardo da Vinci did to paint the smile on the Mona Lisa, for instance, or really the whole Mona Lisa painting. But it's basically, it gives me the opportunity to make very thin, transparent layers of paint that are slow, or minor modifications of an area. And so rather than trying to remix a color, I can modify a pre-existing color with this glazing fluid. So a few things with glazing fluid. One is that it's just clear paint. It also has a chemical in there that slows the drying time down. So I can have a color and paint a very thin layer of it, and especially if I'm not happy with it, I can just buff it right away, or buff it out, and that can really like I can literally undo, basically. It's like an undo button that gives me that option, which I might not normally have. So you can see I put in you know, like a dime-shaped amount of glazing fluid, and then I mixed, you know, relatively small amount of black and white here. So now I've got like a gray glaze, and I can now kind of put that gray glaze over something like that. And so maybe I should have left half of it visible. Like, let's say I do that up here. You can see how that's still, you can see how bright that is and how that's just dialed down about 10% in terms of saturation. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe go over, I'm going to look at the original and just sort of see areas where maybe I need to kind of knock something back a little bit that's kind of being a little loud, which is probably a lot of the painting. And so I'm going to start with this. I mean, I could just glaze over the whole thing if I wanted, but I think that might just be a bit of a waste of paint. Also, I like just doing, I like doing this kind of stuff. I like, you know, going over and also going and keeping the brush strokes going in the direction of these shapes, so that I'm not contradicting their form. And obviously too, once this dries, I can glaze back over it and darken everything down again. And you can see when I go over some of the black or darker brown, really, that it actually, instead of making it darker, it gives a little bit, it looks a little lighter because I'm painting with gray. All right, so that gray is going to actually lighten some of those darker areas, which may or may not be a good thing, just depending on where I'm painting. So this way I don't have to like remix all these colors and try to get them right. I can just glaze a little bit of gray over top of all or some of them, selectively modify them. And already this is now feeling better again, right? So again, when we're talking about these like ups and downs, feeling a little bit better again. Also, just holding on a little bit because I know that it's going to be short-lived. And you can see when I paint gray over top of this gray down here, virtually nothing happens. So now all of the really, really bright stuff has mostly gone away. Which is, I think, a lot better. This now looks, well, on camera it's definitely brighter than it is in person. It's more muted. To me, it looks more like, maybe not even like a Duchamp. Reminds me a little bit more at this stage of a Picabia painting, Francis Picabia. Remember the artist I said that, who was Duchamp's really good friend at the time of the creation of this painting. Picabia was much more of a painter than Duchamp was. Although Duchamp was a great painter, Picabia really painted for majority of his life, whereas Duchamp obviously moved on. quite the conversation you're going. Paloma and Lolly are having. Went through a whole tube of Amsterdam 120 milliliter white paint over the last week. I had to order more. Wow. And you're doing the 2020 painting course, the original one. Cool. Wow. Oh, and I'm loving it. That's awesome, Paloma. That makes me so excited. Wow, that's so cool. Oh, wow. Sorry, there's so many comments here. Lolly's gonna go to bed. Good night, Lolly. Chase says, "Hey, Mike, have you seen the Blade Runner, the Aquarelle edition? It's the whole film painted in watercolor by a Swedish guy." I have not seen that. That is crazy. Really? Okay, you gotta now you got my attention there. Oops. Hand painted watercolors. Wow. 12,597. Wow. I wonder, a video was taken down there. I wonder, each painting is around 1.5 by 3 centimeters in size. So little tiny cells. That's cool. Wow. I gotta check that out. That's great. Yeah, send the link. Put it in. You can put it right there in the chat. That would be great. That'd be cool to see. Yeah, I'll watch that for sure tonight. I'm a huge Blade Runner fan. Definitely preferred the original over the new one, although the new one wasn't bad. Blade Runner 2049 just wasn't the best. You know, it's obviously when you're a big fan of a movie and they do a prequel or they reboot it or sequel, it's always, there's a few times in the history of film that they've really pulled that off, like Godfather 2, obviously. Back to the Future 2, arguably better than the first. But yeah, it's always hard to outdo the original. So now we did a little bit of that black. That really helps. Now I want to get back to adding a little bit, maybe a few brighter colors. Because let's actually, if I look at these side by side, you know, that obviously took us much closer. Remember how kind of I was like, that green is too kind of pastel. So, what do I want to do? I think like that color, I want that to be a bit more of a kind of a browny, sandy color. Can I take a little bit of this? Maybe even a little bit louder than I expected it to be, but that's okay. I think something in here got a little bit lost. Okay, what other glaring issues am I seeing here? I go up here. I'm going to take a little bit of that green. Let's glaze with a little bit. What I think is always so neat about glazing food is you can paint it in one place and it just shows up really bright. Paint it in another place and it doesn't show up at all because of the way it interacts with the color that it's going over top of. So you can see in some places it's like, whoa, I'm like, what is there some weight or something there? Why is it changing things so much, so drastically? And then with the same brush, just moments later, I paint in another place and I can't even see any difference. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm now going to start just looking at this painting with my eyes almost closed. I'm squinting at my painting and at the original. Side by side, looking at them, looking at different areas and trying to see, do I need to brighten it or darken it? Again, not really concerned too much about color, but just value level, right? Darker, lighter. Is there any glaring problems like, whoa, this area is way too dark or way too bright? Like that's an area I need to focus on a clamping down or brightening up, right? So when I look at this, that immediately strikes me as, whoa, that's way too light. Way too light. All this up here, way too light. Way too light, way too light. So a lot of my background, I realize, oh, that's way too light, way too light. So I think what I need to do is go into my background and do a little bit of glazing there. That might be a good start. That in person or on camera, that looks like really bright. It looks like cheeseburger, ketchup and mustard right there. In person though, I think that's pretty much the exact right color. So, another thing too I have to keep in mind just personally for myself is these colors. I deliberately brightened the exposure so that we can see stuff happening in the shadows. But I'm pretty confident that the painting is value-wise pretty close. As I said, I want to do a little bit of glazing. Speaking of Blade Runner, Chase was talking about the Blade Runner Aquarelle Edition. Says, I fell asleep to Blade Runner 2049. There was definitely kind of some slow parts for sure. 10:10 in Rockford time for bad. I don't forget those pills. Night, everybody. Good night, Randy. Robin Hood says, I just finished your 40 drawing videos today, and I want to say that I loved you as a teacher, and following your steps really helped me. I've gotten so much out of it. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you so much for popping in and saying hello, Robin Hood. That makes me really happy. That's really cool. Wow, that's great. I'm so happy. Go out there and change the world now. Now that you've got some of those skills, you can express yourself with a little bit more confidence. Keep on drawing. That's what's important, right? Now that you've acquired those skills, you got to use them for good. Don't become a super villain artist. What did I say? Okay, let's glaze down. Let's let's take this black. I'm going to put it in here with some glazing fluid. I think mostly this is dry, so... Just mixed more black into this mixture to make a more decisive change here. Speed that process up. Still a little bit brighter. I'm still way too bright, obviously, but. think one of the things that even I sometimes get afraid of doing, and I talk about this in the drawing class, speaking of the drawing class, that pushing those values is really important, and often we get afraid to push the values because we're afraid to kind of you know, go too far. It feels like we're making a bit of a pretty strong commitment when you go add a little bit more black into an artwork. And I totally get it. Having said that, nothing is going to help your painting more than going a little bit stronger on your and pushing those value contrasts. So is it a bit scary? Yeah, it's a bit scary. And it's possible to go a little bit too far, but, you know, again, worst thing that could happen is you just have to add a little bit of lighter color, which I might do. I'll probably do a little bit of as well, right? Because, you know, all of this, that subtlety is actually very satisfying for a viewer to see that, yeah, it's dark, but it's not like they're just empty patches and there's nothing there. It rewards someone for spending a little bit more time looking at the painting. They look in and they're like, oh, look, there's a whole world in here. Okay. Paloma says, I came for the drawing course and I ended up getting into painting as well. Robin Hood says, thank you. I'm happy you're still doing videos. I would love an intermediate drawing course or something. But anyways, have a good night. I'd like to give a painting a try, but I'll probably try later on. Paloma says, Michael is a wonderful teacher. I have also learned so much from that course and now from the painting one. Oh, you guys are too sweet. Oh my goodness. Okay, so, you know, looking on camera at this makes me really happy. When I look at mine, though, it is looking a little bit dark. So I feel like there's a few places I need to dial up a little bit, whereas I've been so far dialing things down. Well, maybe I do want to darken a little bit. So let me just mute the... Chase says, one question, I hope you don't mind me asking, are you the one who drew Putin as the devil last year? Yes. Yes. That video's still available there. It's somewhere on the YouTube channel here under the Paint the News series. And my feelings on that have only gotten stronger. I won't get into that. I don't think it was certainly was not the best painting I've ever done, but it's a little emotionally raw when that invasion began. But I am feeling cautiously optimistic. Up side by side, so that's good. Some of those are working much better now. Okay. Where do I need to brighten? What needs to be brightened? A little bit, some little accents here. So, which one? Let's take. Starting this brown left. Take a bit of warm yellow this time. She says, Putin as a devil looked good. Well, I gotta go. See you next stream. Thanks, Chase. Have a great night. Awesome. So there's going to be some smaller, lighter colors in there. But now I think it's time to go back into the... well, I really think maybe we're getting really close. I think most of the colors are in the relatively right place. There's a couple things I see that need a little adjustment, but I'm feeling pretty happy with how this has evolved. Mostly just time for some outlining and stuff now, I think. Okay, I think, you know, we're rearranging deck chairs in the Titanic. Right, let's just, I think, majority of things are well positioned. I think we want to just now start doing outlines. So before I do that, I'm going to blow dry this. Just gotta reply to the nanny. sure where I am with these, so we'll... Am I on... Did I do a background 3 already? So now what I want to do is I want to start putting some of those black lines on this painting, and that's going to instantly, radically transform this artwork. It's going to bring everything into focus. This little bit of kind of ambiguous, kind of maybe slightly sloppy kind of state that it's in right now is going to snap together. So really the only question I have in my mind at the moment is, do I want to do that with a paintbrush or with Posca pens? So if you've never used a Posca pen, do I want to use Posca pens tonight? That'll certainly speed things up. Well, I'll do a little bit of both, let's say. So Posca pen is an acrylic paint pen that can be a lot of fun to use. They come in different dimensions. Some of them have like a bit more of like a marker tip. Some of them even have a brush tip. Do I have any of the brush ones open? I got a lot of them. I don't have a brush one open. I think this is one of the brush tips. Yeah, this is a brush one, but I don't know if I want to open it just to show you unless I use it. Don't want to use it. Is this the time to use it? I don't think this painting would use it. So basically, it's really good for doing lines that require rulers. That's the perfect tool for that, because doing painting lines is tricky, and I've done that in a few recent paintings to various levels of success for sure. Because unless you're doing it all the time, it's hard to get the routine down on how to do it. So maybe we'll do a little bit of both here. Okay, so let's bring up these paintings side by side. Well, I think what I'm going to try to focus on is doing the thicker lines with a paintbrush, and then when I get into some of the really tiny details, we'll use the Posca pen. So I generally like starting, in the top left corner. That way, as my hand leans on the painting, I don't have to worry about smearing things. So let's start up top and then work our way down. So let's take this black. I'm still going to put a little bit of medium in it just because it's going to make it a little bit easier. I mixed this paint maybe a couple hours ago. So as it sits there, it slowly starts to dry and gets a little bit tacky and a little frustrating to work with. And some of these lines are already maybe a little bit wider than I would have hoped or whatever, but I'm just going to run with it. I'm going to embrace that. As always, again, these paintings, this painting is, 3 feet tall essentially. And I'm here working on a painting that is 1 foot tall, 12 inches, right? So it's literally at least a third smaller. What, 58 inches? That's almost, that's 4 feet tall, basically. So it's you know, especially, let's just show you just in terms of scale. Here we have Marcel Duchamp and this man who's interviewing him, James Johnson Sweeney, standing in front of the painting. You can see it's almost the same height as, I mean, it probably comes up to Duchamp's shoulders if it was sitting on the floor, right? So, whereas our painting would roughly fit in the corner there quite nicely. So, you know, if some areas are a little bit smaller and darker, wider brushstrokes than others, I think we will all understand why, right? A little bit confused as to where I am here. What is this here? This is Let's go right up to the top and work our way down from the middle now. So in some ways I'm just sort of giving form to the darker, shadowy areas here. Maybe painting in little things that might be almost invisible at most times, but if you get the light just right, you'll be like, oh, cool, look, there's something there I didn't even realize. You know, so if you're watching, you're like, I don't know, I can't really figure out why he's doing what he's doing. Welcome to the inside of my head. You know, I'm having a little bit of fun here, playing a little bit of loose with the rules, kind of coming up with my own stuff as we go here. This painting is so busy that I don't think most, you know, if I get, you know, 40% of the details wrong, I don't think most people would even be able to I mean, there might be something's different about that painting, but I don't think it's going to destroy the painting in any way. Like, for instance, where I am right here, you can see this kind of line going all the way through, and mine kind of goes here, and then it picks up and goes all the way down here. I think I'm starting to get to the place where I need to move on to doing the smaller lines with the Posca pen. Let's just take a quick look at where we're at. You know, it's interesting now putting some of that black in there. All of a sudden, some of that gray looks very purple. I don't think it looked purple 20 minutes ago, but now that I've started to darken things down, the colors appear to almost have changed a little bit. Which is very strange. Or, well, it's not, I mean, it's strange, but it also doesn't surprise me, because that kind of stuff happens kind of all the time. A color, I mean, the color hasn't changed, but our perception of the color has changed. You know, it appears one way, and then you put another color next to it, and then that color, it's like I painted a different color, but it stayed completely the same throughout the whole time. Anywhere else I need a bit more green like that? Remember the question Paloma asked. Paloma says, "Hey Michael, I think you mentioned you also paint with oil paints. How would you compare the two? Is it much harder than acrylic?" Yeah, sorry, I forgot to get to your question. Oil paint is in many ways totally different than acrylic. The example I always give people is acrylic paint is a lot more like an Apple computer. Oil paint is a lot more like a PC computer. Apple computer, you can sort of take it out of the box and start using it and working with it, but it's also it's difficult to customize, right? It's easy to use if you've never used a computer before. Same, acrylic is pretty easy to jump right in and start using. A PC computer, on the other hand, is a lot more, you can customize it to your heart's content. You can do anything with it. You take it out of the box, it's a little harder to use. You got to install software, you've got to kind of download virus protection stuff and install it. There's a lot more work required to kind of get it going. But once you get it going, if you know anything about computers, well, you know, like people who work with computers and build computers, they hate Apple computers. They're just like, I'm locked into the ecosystem. Whereas a PC, you can customize it to your heart's content. And oil paint is like that. Oil paint, when I paint with oil paint, I really feel like I'm a chemist. I feel like I'm mixing, like I'm an alchemist in a basement, a mad scientist mixing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and you're creating your own concoctions of things, and that can be really exciting. Especially if you've painted with acrylic and you're like, I want it to be able to do this or I want it to be able to do that. Well, you can do most of that stuff with acrylic paint. You can make it dry faster or slower, but with oil paint, for the most part, it dries very slow. You can kind of speed it up a little bit, but that slowness of drying time is something that oil painters love because it allows you just to tinker endlessly on things, as if, you know, you could literally start a painting and with oil paint go away to Hawaii for a week, come back home, all your paints are still on the table, your painting is still, you know, not as wet as the day you left it, but it's certainly, you know, not totally dry, or at least not everywhere, and you can go in and start blending things, and, you know, so in that respect, it's so different. It's essentially the same sort of principles apply with warm and cool colors and all that kind of stuff. The paint behaves similarly. Another example is it's also like the difference between an automatic car versus a standard car. An automatic car is more like acrylic, again, like an Apple computer. It's easier to drive. You don't have to do so much thinking while you're working on it. Whereas a oil painting is a lot more like driving a stick, driving standard, right? Your manual transmission, you have to be more aware of what you're doing at all times, which again, some people love, that they're just like in the zone while they're driving, right? I remember I used to have a manual transmission car, and there was something really fun about it to drive. But you know, there were times where I had one of those cars that I'm stuck in traffic in LA on the freeway, and you're just constantly shifting, and I eventually had an automatic car while I was down there, and it's so much, you can just take your foot off the gas. You want to go a little further, you just press a little bit harder, as opposed to like all the time, right? There's literally things that if you do wrong in an oil paint, you can create cracks and the paint can flake off if you're not paying attention as to how much of one substance you put in together at what stage of the painting process. And so it just requires, I think, more experience to be able to get the most out of it. Otherwise, it can just be overwhelming. Because I remember I was originally an acrylic painter. When I went to graduate school, I switched to oil paint, and that was really exciting because it felt like I had like 10 years of acrylic painting under my belt. And I was like, okay, now I'm ready. I'm ready to get in that race car and really kind of, because I feel like I've got a handle on this. Whereas I would say, like, if you're a beginner painter, trying to paint with oil paints, I think would be, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a nightmare, but it would be a little bit overwhelming. In the same way, if anyone probably watching right now remembers learning how to drive on a stick shift, right? Like I remember, it wasn't until maybe I'd been driving for 10 years before the first time I got into a car with stick shift, and that was like, oh my goodness, this is so stressful. How do you remember to do what and this? And the car kept stalling, and you're with someone, and they're just like, oh, you're wrecking my car, and you're like, I'm doing my best, I don't know, right? So you can just imagine, if you've never driven a car before and that's your first experience, you're worrying about the transmission and let alone the other cars on the highway. It's just so driving. So painting with acrylic, I think, is by far my recommendation for a beginner painter. If you can get your handle on that, then dip your toes into the oil paint. And you might love it, or you might be just like, oh my goodness, no wonder people, I mean, especially if you have if you're just painting at home on your kitchen table, oil paint would be very difficult. Like, you kind of need a separate space, like a shed or a garage, to paint with oil paint. Some people, like, if you have a partner, a girlfriend, a husband, parents, kids, and you're painting with oil paint in the house, some people cannot stand the smell of oil paint. I love it. I love the smell of oil paint. But some people find it, like, really off-putting. The worst thing is your turpentine. That has a really strong smell. But oil paint itself, the linseed oil, has a smell that I love. Turpentine, everybody hates the smell of turpentine. Yeah, if you're with people who don't like that smell, and also because oil paint takes so long to dry, it's like if you leave a painting down and go answer the phone call and you got a cat in the house, and they could just walk right over your painting, and before you know, you got paint all over the house. Whereas an acrylic painting, let's say the phone rings, I could blow dry it, and then I could go and talk on the phone, and the cat could walk all over it, knock it onto the floor, and I can come back like, oh, I mean, I would be reasonably assured that the painting is going to be fine, that the couch is going to be fine, the carpet's going to be fine. I just want to make sure they're not walking on the wet palette, but otherwise, I'd be reassured that there's not going to be some catastrophic problem. Having said that, if I suppose if I was to knock a painting onto my carpet, I'd probably prefer it to be oil paint, because it takes longer to dry. I could get some solvents in there and clean it, versus if it was oil paint or acrylic paint and I got that on my carpet, that would probably scare me more, because I'd have to be scrubbing really quickly, getting some water in there. I'd have to be using some pretty hard, that latex paint remover, both of which could, oil and acrylic paint could do more damage to the carpet trying to clean it than the cure can be the cure is worse than the disease kind of thing. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry. I hope that answers your question. Does that? Maybe? Feel free to ask a follow-up. Kathy says, I couldn't stay away. I read the chat and see Paloma, you painted a lot. I'd like to see your stuff on the Facebook group. I get lost in painting too. It's so peaceful. Lisa says, that looks good. And Rick says, good night, everyone. It's past midnight here and I got to turn in. The painting looks great. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so as promised, I'm going to use a Posca pen for this next bit. It's probably been 4 or 5 months since I've used a Posca pen. One of the things that has surprised me about these Posca pens is if you know, I'm always blown away by how they don't dry out. When I first started using these, I was like, yeah, I'll probably get, you know, one painting in with them, and I put the cap back on, and I'll go back, and it's just gonna be dried out, and there's just $5 down the drain. These I probably bought now 2 years ago, and you don't have to run them under the sink. You don't need to use any solvent or anything to clean the tip. Just put the cap on and store it out, you know, in some reasonably room temperature space, and you're fine. So that is kind of a mind-blowing thing. The one thing I would say that I don't like so much about Posca pens, I'm just trying to see if I have a painting here that I used them on so you can see. One thing I dislike is often you can really, like, if you look at the painting straight on, and in this case probably most of you won't notice that difference. I'll try to show you those. Sometimes you can really see it from an angle. You'll really see the difference between my pen and the canvas, and that kind of I don't like. I would prefer that they were kind of a little bit more seamless. That can be because the black that I've mixed is not a true black. It's still kind of a bit of a gray, and that goes back to what I was saying before at the very beginning about how most acrylic paint, beginners, student grade paint, contains a little bit of white in there, so I can't get a true black. I get like a dark gray, versus this is true black. So it's possible if I actually dug out my black paint here, I might be able to get a closer. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe it's been, I don't know. I can't even remember the last time I used this tube of black paint. I mean, it could be all dried up for all I know. We'll see. Maybe, yeah, let's do a little test. I'll use my Posca pen, and then I'll see if I can, by adding actual black to this, maybe it'll integrate a little bit better. Okay, so once again, I'm going to go up to the top right corner. And also, I should say too, the reason why I really thoroughly blow dried this is I wanted to make sure that there was no wet paint that I'm trying to draw into, because that would ruin the tip instantly. If I got wet paint on here, that paint would dry, and it would dry up the tip, the nib of the pen here. So I wanted to make sure things were as dry as possible so that I'm not drawing into wet paint, so I don't ruin these pens. So, you know, when I look at this, I just see tons of little lines. So I think one of my goals here is just kind of like go a little bit wild with the lines. even in the darker areas as well. So obviously the lines that I'm putting down here are not quite accurate, right? Not accurate at all, I should say. One thing I do want to try to avoid is outlining everything. I want to outline a lot of things, but like maybe a little bit like this, maybe I'll leave that line there. Or leave it non-aligned. Or non-lined. I mean, look at that mess of lines there. It's just like a little bit overwhelming. Like, I mean, honestly, where am I here? That, I think, is this thing. And so, you know, me fudging this like that could result in complete failure of a painting. It could also end up creating something kind of neat. We won't really know until we get close to being done. Down a little bit here. So the pen is Okay, I was gonna thought it might be running out or getting clogged, and then we just need to clean it up a bit. Like all of this line work here is unlike anything anybody was doing at the time, for sure. Like this is not the kind of thing that Cubist painters did. So you could imagine like when this sort of thing showed up on, you know, the, I guess you say the desk of the Cubist group for their approval, it would have been like, what is this? This is clearly made by someone who does not understand Cubism. I mean, I think Duchamp was a very intelligent guy. I think he understood everything. But clearly he had zero interest in doing things the way everybody else was doing things. And this is sort of the result of that ambivalence. I don't really think you can go wrong here at this stage. Like, in a short bit here, I'm going to back out, and we'll just see how all these lines are coming together. And what, or if anything, needs to be painted or changed. There's a few things. I mean, I do think I want to add a few light lines, more lightly painted lines around. Okay. And I honestly, you know, well, maybe I'll just back out and just give you an idea of how things look at this moment. You know, so I'm okay with how it is. It's turning out different than I expected, for sure. But let's keep on going. We've still got maybe about half of the painting to continue adding lines to, so maybe that will suddenly be surprised at how much better it looks when that's keyed in there, but So that's definitely, you know, this whole area, I don't know how that got out of control, but it is, and that's okay. So this is like the head. I wonder if this is going to be completely abstract afterwards. And then this is probably, again, what he would have faced while he's working on this painting. As he's like, oh, I kind of went a little farther. I got to kind of rein it back in a bit. Because right now I look at this and it looks like I cannot really discern any kind of figurative element in here at all. Probably none of that was on camera, hey? Okay, let's take a look. So, I do certainly feel like whatever recognizable elements were in here are almost invisible. Okay. I mean, we're not done. I want to do some outlining with some white. I got a white Posca pen. I do have a red. No, let's do is a yellow Posca pen. Put those fellows on there as well. Be careful adding too much yellow, but one thing you have to do too is be careful. I find like these Posca pens take a long time to dry, and if they get a little bit of water on them, you know, a week later, they seem to kind of reactivate like watercolor. So you gotta really gotta dry. So I'm gonna blow dry this so I can get my hand on there to draw a little bit. And I think I wanted to do a little bit of painting too, yeah. So I wanted to do a little bit of lighter gray or khaki color. Let's take warm yellow, or can we do this? Let's do warm yellow, warm red, warm blue. Let's make it gray or a green or brown. Blah, blah, blah. Just a little bit more of a muted quality. A bit more. So I feel like that's a little bit too yellow. So let's just kind of go back to the drawing board here, add a bit of gray in here, turn this into a bit more of a grayish white. put a little bit of glazing medium in here just to give me this little bit more fluidity. golden orange color. I think I'm going to use that in a few other places. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna need to put a little bit of darker, like some black in the background and push my values even further. So right now we've got a lot of kind of middle values. There's a lot of kind of gray in here, and it's a little, you know, and the original does have that, but he's also pushed, you know, a lot of this is kind of more muted, and then a bit of pops, and then it's surrounded by a lot of darkness. And so I want a lot more dark. I need to push that dark. So obviously anybody watching is like, oh my goodness, he's really taking a lot of liberties here. And yeah, totally, absolutely. After all, as soon as the camera goes off and this painting is ostensibly done, I have to live with it, right? I gotta make, it's gotta become my painting. It doesn't really matter what Duchamp's looks like. Right? I could do a perfect version of it, and I still might not be happy with it. So put some glazing fluid on here. Is there some other? getting better. Getting there, I think. Where was I feeling like I needed a bit of blue? I was thinking to myself, oh, I need a little blue there, but can't really see that anymore. A little bit of pink up there. Oh, there's Trixie says yes. Nikki says good night, guys. I'm going to bed. Andrew, I apologize. I can't read that. Let me see if I can do Google Translate. Oh, Andrew says Markowsky is the best. I appreciate that, and that's very sweet. In Russian, no less. What is the name of the music in the background? The music is by a friend of mine called Sam Davidson. There is a link in the description below, but the music, I don't think the link is working right now. So he did just release a new album, which I did design the cover for. And I should know his updated links here, but needless to say, I don't. Let me see. Okay, here, let me show this on the screen. So this is the cover I designed for my friend Sam Davidson. His Instagram is Skim Davidson. I haven't looked at his Instagram. I just saw that he had tagged me in that post. So, but you can. Is there a link to? I don't know if there's links to his music or anything, but this is my buddy Sam. And there is, I'm sure, probably hundreds of images of things that I've designed for him over the years. Yeah. But I thank you very much, Andrew, for his very kind comments. So let's oh, and Ahmed says, going through your beginner drawing tutorials right now, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Thanks for all the work you put into it. Thank you so much, Ahmed. I love that you're doing those drawing classes. Please join the Facebook group and keep us apprised of how things are going. I would love to see what your drawings, how your drawings started out and where you eventually get to, and then, you know, upload what you're working on outside of those classes. That would be great. Right? That's that makes them honored that you're watching them. Thank you, Ahmed. Okay, we're almost done. 6 hours later. So I just want to darken things down. I'm going to use black for the first time in a while. Again, I don't even know if this is still, there's paint still wet in here. I don't know the last time I used black. Oh, there it is. Now we're not going to need a lot of black. Oops, as I just put a bunch of black on. Wow. Yeah, this, I'm sure I bought this tube of paint 3-4 years ago, and that's probably the first time in maybe 6 months I've used any black, because generally we can mix our own black and get away with it. So I want to use a little bit of black. Maybe do a little bit more outlining with the Posca pens. And yeah, so let's start out with some glazing fluid. That glazing fluid on the brush, and let's dab in some black paint. That might even be a little bit intense, so let's dilute that a little bit more. Ahmed says, it gives me something to do during these uni lectures that occasionally drag on too long. I know what that's like, and I unfortunately probably suspect many of my students at university think I talk a little bit too much. I'm sure there's people here who are like, yeah, I bet. Like, oh my goodness, that guy can't stop talking. I've talked for 2 hours today about today's artist, so... Give a guy a microphone, hey, and he just won't stop talking. Okay, so that gets me way more in the range there. That's great. So now, like, the contrast is amped up way high. Much, well, not way high. Way high, dude. Way high contrast, bro. Totally digging the contrast. But it makes a huge difference here. Ahmed says, also, is there a certain kind of set of colored pencils that I recommend? I mean, well, the ones that I like are these Caran Dash Super Color. Let's zoom in on that. Caran Dash is like was actually the name of an artist a long time ago. These are really nice pencils because you can draw with them, and then you get them wet and they turn into watercolors. So, there's lots of different brands that are like this, that are, what do they call them, like water-soluble colored pencils. And the nice thing with that, beyond the fact that you can turn them into watercolors, is they have very little, or very, very little wax in them. So cheap colored pencils, there's a lot of wax in them, and when you draw with them, they you can only do maybe 1 or 2 layers of colored pencil before the wax resists more pencil marks. Versus these, you can layer dozens and dozens of layers on them. And so that can be really nice if you really want to create like really complex images. And so that would be my recommendation for colored pencils. They are a little on the expensive side. They're like $3 a pencil, and they do go kind of quick because they're so soft that you have to sharpen them a lot. But you asked my favorite, and that's my favorite. Yeah, they're not cheap. That's the bummer. Oh, wow, and thank you so much for your donation, Ahmed. Thank you for helping me get back into drawing. That is so sweet. Oh, my goodness. It's very cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support, Ahmed. I feel bad. Put some of that maybe you should have put some of that money for your donation towards buying some of those expensive colored pencils. Yeah, I think you'd really enjoy it. If you can afford it. That's I think that's the top of the line. Christian says, do you see the nude figure body by chance in the painting? Well, in mine, not so much. That's part of my, a little bit of, that's kind of the running commentary in my mind is like, oh, what happened to the figure? Ostensibly, this figure is moving down the stairs this way. And these are probably legs. Here's the torso, maybe the belly or butt, and the head right here. Now, I kind of feel like in the original, it's maybe a little clearer than in mine. I mean, my hope is that by, you know, kind of increasing the contrast here, I'll be able to bring a bit more clarity back here, but I'm a little bit doubtful that. And that's the weird, wild thing about doing this is, I mean, obviously there's lots of variations. I haven't spent too much effort trying to really nail it perfectly. So, the great irony though is that there were people really angry about this painting when it was first made, and that it was sacrilegious almost to paint a nude figure walking downstairs, and yet you kind of look at it and you're like, it's pretty, it's really kind of debatable what is what in this body. It's not like it's not like this is the kind of thing that if you were looking at this painting on your computer screen at work and your boss walked by, that they go, oh my goodness, you dirty, dirty man. You're fired. Enough, you know, like looking at nude figures at work. I mean, they'd probably be like, what on earth are you looking at? And you could say, I'm looking at a nude body descending a staircase. And they'd probably be more likely to refer you to the doctor than to fire you. They'd be like, really? Have you had anything to drink today while you've been at work? You're like, no, I swear, it's a famous painting of a naked person descending a staircase. I say, okay, I'm going to ask you again. Have you been drinking or doing drugs here at work? No. I'm like, okay, well, whatever that painting is, it certainly is not a nude figure walking downstairs. So we'd like for you to go see the doctor and tell them you're not thinking straight and you're seeing things. Maybe some of my lighter lines are a little bit too intense. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. I need to get even darker. Like, boom, that is black. I think this is helping for sure. This is like getting rid of just that kind of muted colors and just getting really bold. Let's go with a smaller brush now. Actually, maybe just so I can reach all these interior places. I've been kind of hovering around the outer edges here. Let's blow dry that again. there's a tremendous amount of rendering going on here, which can take a long time to pull off. But that rendering does give, gives shadows. It makes it look like forms are overlapping one another, so it gives some depth to the painting. So once again, now I'm squinting my eyes, I'm looking at the original and looking at mine and trying to discern, are there big gaps in value where one area is just way brighter or way darker than it should be? And I mean, you can do the same, you can look at my painting and do the same. And see if you can see areas where you feel like, maybe Michael, like up here, maybe. a little bit different than the original there, although obviously that's just stuff I did on Photoshop anyways. It's not really the original, actually. So I'm not surprised that this is taking me this long on this painting. Paloma says, so many details, and you got it perfectly. Thank you, Paloma. Paloma also says, what is the most complex or time-consuming painting you've done? How long did it take? Probably the longest one that I did was a portrait of Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera from a famous mural in Mexico City. I think I might have worked on that one for like 8 hours, and even at the end of that one I wasn't totally happy. I mean, there was a lot of people who were watching it and went to bed and literally woke up the next morning and I was still painting. I don't even think it was that but it was just there was a lot of detail in it, and that was a detail from a huge mural called, I think it's called Sunday in Alameda Park. It's a very famous portrait of Frida Kahlo standing next to a skeleton with Diego Rivera as a young boy standing next to both of them. Diego Rivera was the artist who made the painting. Yeah, I don't know if that was the most complex one, but it was certainly. I think that's the record. I think it was like 8 or so hours I worked on that. And here I am at 7 hours, so closing in on the heavyweight title here. Blow dry that, and then I'm going to use some Posca pens to finish it up. Places still a little tacky, so I just got to be careful, because one of the things with using glazing fluid is it has a slow dry chemical in there that slows the drying time down, and that can it can be basically ruin a Posca pen. That's sort of where I was going to go with that. Let me blow dry that again. Okay, there's a few places that I want to... Oops. That white Posca pen really glows on that surface. Hey, it's pretty intense. So now I feel kind of compelled to use some white elsewhere so that those little white dots aren't just floating around by themselves. see about using a bit of yellow Posca pen. I do feel like actually the light, this white and yellow, is actually making a surprising difference here. Would it have been nice if this was the, you know, a little bit more of a tinted yellow, not quite as vibrant for sure. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't quite fit in as nicely, but it's also not terrible. So that's looking much better. I feel much better about that. Let's do a signature, or not, well, I don't know if, well, let's see if we want to do the signature. How about this, the name of the painting, though, which I think is significant to this artwork, so. So I'm going to put that tape down to demarcate the top of those. What's going on there? Top of those letters. Let's just go for this here. It's worth mentioning that Duchamp was one of the first artists to include text in his artwork, like literally in the, putting a title on the painting. There were some artists that might do that and kind of sign it, but for the most part, that was kind of like left, for like a might be on the frame itself. Okay, I just want to blow dry that. I think I'm going to blow dry everything here, and then potentially maybe just glaze a little bit back over top of here with my black, and just subdue the intensity of some of that yellow that I've got and some of that white. So I want to make sure that's nice and as dry as possible, so that when I glaze over it, it's not going to smear or smudge, right? So we got our gray, black again, black with glazing fluid. Okay, folks, I think I am out of steam. Let's go. Okay. We have made it to the end. Didn't think I would get here, did you? Oh my goodness, 7 hours. Okay, so yeah, we are approaching my record of longest painting ever. I knew this one would take long. I didn't think it would take as long, but I also talked for like an hour and a half about Marcel Duchamp and his biography. So, before we do this, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to our Facebook group, join the Facebook group if you haven't already, And once a month I go through everything on there and I give free feedback to anybody whose work is on there, because after all, that's generally what people want to do, is to get better. And if you want to support the channel, just like Ahmed did earlier through the Super Chat, you can leave a donation that way through PayPal. There's a link to PayPal below, an e-transfer through email, or a good old-fashioned check in the mail. All those links are down below, including my email address, which is on the Facebook group and on my website. So, let's take a look at the original. And then now let's take a look at the two of them side by side. Let's get that in the center there. That looks pretty wild, doesn't it? Okay. So again, the painting is a little bit brighter on camera than it is in person. So we're going to see some of those colors look a little bit more intense and saturated than they are. But, you know, I make no apologies for the fact that I generally am a little bit more saturated and using brighter colors anyway. So, yes, it is brighter, but maybe not as bright as it looks like on camera. I am actually quite happy with the way this turned out. Having said that, though, it does look quite different. You know, in the original, what's kind of remarkable is you can kind of see, especially this figure in the foreground, walking down a set of stairs. In mine, however, it's way more abstract. And that's, you know, little things, you know, as I look at it, I see like, well, maybe I should have developed this here more into a leg. Mine is sort of just kind of dissolved into a bunch of weird lines. You know, maybe I don't know what I could have done here with this. Maybe there's a little bit of a line there. It might look more like hair. But let's go through it. Let's zoom in and take a look at how all the little details are functioning together, and I'll restrain myself from trying to do any extra little last-minute touch-ups too. Where are we? So let's see. The painting is more like that. I guess we do need to zoom in. Zoom out. Well, I think that's probably about as close as we'll get. Okay, so there's the top corner of the painting. You know, definitely, yeah, these colors are more saturated for sure. You know, some of that pinks and everything. Like, in person, it doesn't look as saturated. But certainly, just in comparison to the original, it is, you know, his version is quite muted. Very subtle combinations of values and colors. And so it's kind of remarkable what he was able to do with such a limited, narrow band of color and value. I'm nowhere near as great as Marcel Duchamp in every way. And so, you know, I have to rely on making things maybe a little bit more obvious than him. Also, you know, as I was painting, I wasn't too concerned about getting the exact shapes in the exact same place. And so we see lots of little distortions and changes that I made along the way. Things that are missing, things that were added, things that were closer or further away, because some of those details I kind of lost a little bit, and I kind of eyeballed a lot of this. Let's go up. I mean, one thing I could do is I could take, let's say, like a greenish glaze and just glaze over the whole thing, and that would probably pull a lot of the painting together and make it look closer to the original. Because perhaps the painting did look a little closer to what I've done, but because of the varnish that was applied over top of it, and varnish tends to kind of yellow and get a little green as time goes on. So maybe if they cleaned it, it might look closer to mine. But I suspect it would be. I still don't think it would have been as saturated as mine. I am actually very happy, though, with the way the darks turned out. Again, the darks are a slightly different color, more purpley than green. There's the title there in his painting, which is quite muted. And then there's mine. I obviously made it much bigger. Let's just go all the way to the other side here. So the original, where are we? Kind of more like that, I suppose. Yeah, it is. It's just, it kind of blows my mind when I just think about it. I'm like, man, you know, I did make a few changes here, obviously. But it's strange that those changes seem to have kind of completely obscured the figure, which itself was already very abstracted. Let's maybe go up here. There's Nate Dog says, "Whoa, never got to tune into your live, but just wanted to say I really enjoyed your How to Draw series. Thank you, my friend." Thank you, Nate. I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, you know, again, that little bit of a pink in here. You know, it's again more saturated. I really kind of amplified, and that pink wasn't even I mean, there is that pink elsewhere, but I just felt like I wanted to draw more attention to the face that I felt was getting a little bit lost. You can tell me if that was a smart decision or not. I don't really feel like it's as effective. Let's sort of go into the center here, and you'll see that this is probably in the centers where we're going to see the most variation, where it's just like, because I couldn't really see these lines here in the underneath that brown that I applied, so I was just eyeballing it, drawing lines, and you know, it's pretty confusing, all those lines going here and there and everywhere, right? So I feel like I did a reasonable good job of capturing the gist of this, and maybe a bit of the style, but you know, it's I lament a little bit that I feel like I lost some of the structure in there. Yeah, it's reasonably well done. I guess I'm not going to beat myself up too much, but sometimes it defies my mind, like how some of those changes are made. I don't know. Or, you know, how I make those changes. Psychoanalyze myself and get to the bottom of this. Let's one last time. Let's back it out. Yeah, I mean, I think actually when I look at this as over just the few minutes going back and forth, I'm feeling better and better about it. And I think I'm going to feel a lot better about this painting when I am no longer looking at it compared to the original. Like, if I just look at it like that on its own, it's like, actually, that's pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied. And then I bring this one up, and I'm like, oh, look at all the places where it's not accurate, where I lost the plot. And then I look at it again, I'm like, looks good. Yeah, pretty good. Not so much. Yeah, looks good, right? So that's one of those things, is you need to kind of put the original away and just look at your version or my version on its own, without the original sort of hanging over top of it, because then, you know, compare and despair, right? You'll never be happy. But if your painting works on its own, as its own thing, then that's what we're going for, right? So we'll see. You know, I'm also so close to this painting. You know, I'm like, what, 2 hand lengths away, my nose hovering over this surface. When I'm sitting across the room looking at it, I'll probably feel a lot better about it. Okay. Whew. This is definitely one where people are just going to jump to the end. So... Okay, everyone, thank you so much for painting along with me. I encourage you to go to Philadelphia, check out the original and all the great Marcel Duchamp artworks that are on display at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, hence the Philadelphia Flyers jersey in the background there. If you're at all interested in Marcel Duchamp, that is like your version of Mecca, because that's where all the great works reside. I'm looking forward to painting his fountain, as it was called, and spending more time talking about Marcel Duchamp, because I think he was a very fascinating individual, and controversial in the sense of how his work really did change our world. Better or worse? You be the judge. You let me know in the comments how you feel about Marcel Duchamp, and we'll pick it up at the next episode. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again soon. Thank you to all the wonderful people in the chat, all your supportive comments, Ahmed, and your generous donation. Dream Academy, big fan of your art, sir. Thank you so much. You have yourself a wonderful night, and we'll see you again the next time we meet again. Good night. Good night. Good night. Oh man, I just realized the music was probably on full volume the whole time. Ah!